Hello. Yep. So let's settle down. We are kickstarting the opening of the third day of the Water Pavilion. So, very good morning to everyone, and welcome to the third day of the Water Pavilion that focuses on disaster risk reduction in the context of sustainable cities for building livelihoods. My name is Animesh Kumar. I am the head of Bonn Office of UN Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, and with my colleague, Ms. Vidisha Samarasekara, the Strategic Program Director of the International Water Management Institute, have been responsible for co-curating the whole thematic day for Water Pavilion. It's my pleasure to invite Ms. Mami Mizutori, the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General for Disaster Risk Reduction and the head of UNDRR, to make the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Animesh. So, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to be at the Water Pavilion with Dr. Mark Smith to open this thematic day dedicated entirely to disaster risk reduction and sustainable cities for improved livelihoods. Whether it's too much water, storms, floods, or too little water that leads to drought, wildfires, the majority of disasters are water related. This is a fact. And water related disasters are responsible for 90% of the people affected by disasters, and 95% of infrastructure damaged by disasters are actually damaged by water related disasters. And unfortunately, as we know, the climate change is intensifying the frequency, the duration of water hazards, bringing the world even more disasters. And at the same time, the world is becoming more urban. So managing water risks, it cannot be separated from the planning of urban in a sustainable way. And in this regard, we only need to look at the recent climate carnage, as the Secretary General of the United Nations defined the floods in Pakistan, because there's one thing that we need to focus, many things for this flood, but one thing related to today is that a little over 40% of death occurred in the Sindhi province, where in one of its cities, even two-story houses went down underwater. And this is something that happened in Pakistan so tragically, but it can happen in any urban setting, in any developing country. So we have come here, UN Office for Disaster Reduction, to this COP with the message that we need to create a future with zero climate disasters. It may sound like a dream, but it cannot be a dream. And I would like to share with you 4 concrete areas where we can build our partnership towards such a future. So, first, we must help countries understand their water risks. And this is about combining the past experience in data. There's a fly that doesn't want to go away. Past water disaster losses and damage, which is what the DRR community has. But it's also about combining that with the future climate projections around water risks. And ultimately, these 2 sets of data about the past and the future around water risk needs to come together at the level of the government, national and local. And this is what we're trying to make a reality by supporting countries which are climate vulnerable. How can you look at the past and the future together so that every city, every country has a better plan of managing water risk? Second, the early warning system. So you may know, and if you don't yet, I'm proud to announce that the action plan for the Early Warning for All initiative of the UN Secretary General was launched this Monday. This is an ambitious initiative to cover the whole world with multi-hazard early warning system within 5 years. 2023 to 2027. And of course, here, water is such an important element. Now, UNDRR launched a report with WMO last month. And in this report, it says that if you have poor coverage or no coverage of early warning system, the chances of mortality from disaster is 8 times or higher, 8 times. Also, if you have early warning system and if it functions 24 hours before the disaster hits, you can reduce the economic loss by 30%. These are evidence. So we know that early warning systems do save lives and livelihoods. UNDRR is going to co-lead this initiative with WMO, bringing the UN agencies together, but everyone needs to come together, the private sector, and importantly, the water community, because again, so many disasters are around water risk. The third area is resilient infrastructure, because again, here, when infrastructure is destroyed by disasters, again, most of it is destroyed by water related disasters. We need to put resilience in the infrastructure. There is a very good report by the World Bank, which says it's called Lifelines. It says if you invest one more dollar in your infrastructure, you can save up to $4 in the recovery and reconstruction phase. But we're not doing it yet. So we need to make sure that when we retrofit, maintain our existing infrastructure, and also when we build new infrastructure, we need to have this resilience, think resilience in mind. And this goes to all infrastructure, but infrastructure related to water is very important that they are resilient. Fourth, we need to take advantage of two opportunities that come next year. In March 2023, in New York, the President of the General Assembly is convening the midterm review conference of the International Water Action Decade. This is very important, a long-awaited conference that will bring together the whole water community in the world. And importantly, the disaster risk reduction community will come together in May next year for a conference on the high-level meeting of the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. We are working very closely with the water community and the leaders, specifically the leaders in Tajikistan, Sultan, and the leader in the Netherlands, Henk, and everybody, so that there is clear synergy between these two important conferences, which will both lead to the SDG summit next September. These are all areas where the developing countries, the most climate vulnerable countries, need assistance and resources. And this is why UNDRR, together with UNFCCC, we would like to contribute to the operationalization of the Santiago network if it is agreed among member states. So today, we have a whole program the entire day to discuss all of these things. It's going to be a very informative day. It's going to be a very inspiring day. So I'd like to thank, in concluding, all our partners at the Water Pavilion. Thank you very much, especially our colleagues at the International Water Management Institute, with whom we have curated the whole day, and of course, all the participants in the upcoming sessions. Thank you very much for being here today.
Thank you, SRS Shimizutori. And now it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Mark Smith, the Director General of IMI, to make the opening remarks.
Thank you, Animesh. Whoa. Thank you, Animesh. Excellencies, Special Representative to the UN Secretary General Mami Mitsutori, ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure to join you to open the discussion today on this key theme for water security and climate resilience of Water, Disaster Risk and Sustainable Cities. I'd like to start by acknowledging UNDRR for your partnership and co-convening and curating of today's program, and for the really excellent collaboration that we've had with Laurie, Animesh, and your team. Thank you also to the session organizers for bringing together what is going to be such an excellent set of speakers and panelists for today's various sessions. Now, many of us congregating around this water pavilion this week have come to successive climate COPs over years to make the argument that water is central to climate change, and to make the case that adapting to climate change means adapting to water change, and therefore that water management is indisputably a vital component of national adaptation plans and of climate action. Progress in convincing the climate community of this has been slow but steady, and here in Egypt, the host country, we see a real difference at this COP. Here in Egypt, the host country has given water security a high visibility and a high priority. And their rationale for doing so is clear. There is no climate resilient future without solutions to the challenge of reducing vulnerabilities to water extremes, and to the challenge of building water security while the climate changes. This is true whether your priority is food systems and agriculture, whether it's energy, whether it's jobs and a just transition, social inclusion, and gender equality. And just about any of the themes that are addressed in the sea of pavilions that are around us, or whether it's in rural communities or growing cities. And this reflects the nature of water as a systemic resource that connects. It connects across sectors, development priorities, health, nature, issues of inequality. And indeed, as we've witnessed recently in the terrible recent floods in Pakistan and in the devastating drought in the Horn of Africa, it connects also to climate justice. The IPCC report that was published earlier this year was clear. It was clear that climate change is changing water risks and already undercutting water security for many millions of people, because the global water cycle is intensifying. It's putting more energy into the system, and more energy into the system drives more extremes. And with every increment of warning, the report told us, with every increment of warning, there are changes. The changes in extremes become larger. So more floods, more drought, more heavy precipitation, and greater variability. Further water scarcity as tropical monsoons and shifting seasonality of water takes hold. As we will hear more about in the sessions today, as populations lose water security, risks cascade across development needs, including food and nutrition security, energy security, and human health. They undermine gender equality, they undermine investment and economic growth, jobs and livelihoods. So what do we do? How do we prepare for the future that's coming? Clearly, as the projected climate impacts reported by the IPCC unfold, building resilience to water risks is going to be more and more important in climate action, and more visible as a priority for climate action. So the sessions that we'll have today in today's program, they will explore advances that are being made in how to do this. Collective action on disaster risk reduction for floods and droughts, innovation for disaster insurance, protection of cities and urban populations through water management and management of pollution and waste, reducing vulnerability to these cascading crises that lead to fragility, that drive fragility, and deploying data and evidence to inform resilience through early warning, through other applications of data and information. And collectively, these sessions will make clear that building water resilience will take more than just money for infrastructure. It will take more than just money for technology. It requires system solutions that also weave together governance and change in governance, information, skills, ecosystem functions, and so on. It's this weaving together of systems approaches and systems action. I'm more and more convinced that the message that these actions, or the actions that these are examples of, need to be prioritized in climate change adaptation is getting through. This message is getting through, and that water risks are becoming better understood in governments, in business, and in finance circles. I had the opportunity on Tuesday to attend the high-level roundtable on water security, which has been convened this week was convened this week by the Egyptian COP presidency. And probably the highest level dialogue on water and climate to have taken place at any climate COP, certainly the highest level one that I've been involved in. And I was really impressed with the level of dialogue that took place in that room. Here was a room full of presidents and prime ministers, and they called the IPCC report a water wake-up call. They said they understood that the climate crisis is a water crisis and that water needs to be elevated across the global agenda, from food systems to health to energy to climate mitigation and climate justice and peace and security. As they do so, as leaders look to strengthen climate change strategies, as well as water policies, as well as water and sector policies, as they look to prioritize action and investment on building water resilience in rural communities or in cities, they will need to learn from and use the solutions that we'll be talking about in here today in the program today. And I'm sure that we and that effort of that is needed around the world will benefit from the content that we'll hear about today and from the dialogue that we will have in the water program. So I wish everyone a productive day on this critical agenda as we work together to advance this agenda. And I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. And as we move forward, I would like to very happily inform that this is the second time, the second COP that the Water Pavilion has been featured. And in both the times, we had disaster risk reduction as a thematic day. And that goes on to show how important water-related disasters and risk management are to the water sector. Last year, we had some very good presentations and a very innovative way of thinking, and we have been encouraged by that and continued with the deliberations. This year, we received more than 20 submissions from different organizations against this theme, and we have structured all of this around 5 different sessions, including apart from one high-level session at the middle of the day. It has been all been made possible thanks to our host, the government of Egypt, and all the partners whose logos are behind me, and the logos you'll see on. This is the water community that works on the climate change. So we'll start the day with a very interesting session on managing water-related disasters in the context of both scarcity or excess of water, followed by a session on innovations focusing on insurance. We'll have a session on water in cities in the context of ecosystems. And then that will be followed by a very interesting high-level segment, learning from the floods in Pakistan, how do we better prepare for future water-related disasters? That will be followed by a session on data and science in the context of water-related risks, and end the day with a very high-level and interesting session by the Center of Excellence on Climate and Disaster Resilience in the context of how to manage water stress in the fragile context. So with this, we come to the end of the opening ceremony of the Water Pavilion, third thematic day on disaster risk reduction. We'll take a very short break and get back with the first session. Thank you very much.
attending this session, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paulina Lopez. I'm the Executive Director of the Center for Climate and Resilience Research based in Chile, and I'm pleased to open the session Water-Related Disasters in the Face of Climate Change. The impact of climate change are triggering more frequent water-related disasters, in particular floods and droughts, which are some of the most devastating. Between 2001 and 2018, floods and droughts have affected over 3 billion people as reported by the United Nations. They pose a significant threat for water security, and they continue undermining the efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. So the effective disaster risk management of floods and droughts involves significant difficulties, mainly because of the expansion of these water-related disasters in several regions of the world, and because of their complexity. So some of the most arduous challenges are handling the underlying risk drivers and understanding the uncertainties of the current and future environment where we live. So in this session, we will expose 3 case studies from different regions of the world, from Japan, the Mediterranean basin, and from Chile, highly affected by floods and droughts. Then we will have a questions and answers panel. And finally, recommendations for disaster risk reduction at the national level will be provided. We believe that this session will contribute to the implementation of the Sendai framework to foster actions which are urgently needed to increase response capacity and enhance preparedness facing floods and droughts. This is particularly urgent among the most vulnerable who have a special place in this session. That is why I'm very happy to invite Mrs. Robert Fatima for welcoming remarks. Mrs. Fatima is United Nations Under-Secretary General and High Representative for least developed countries, landlocked developing countries, and small island developing states. Mrs. Fatima, we're honored to have you in this session. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Distinguished participants, dear friends and colleagues, I'm very pleased to join this important event, and I thank the government of Tajikistan and other organizers for inviting me to share a few words. My office advocates for 3 groups of vulnerable countries: the least developed countries, the landlocked developing countries, and the small island developing states. In every single group, you can find countries impacted by water stress and water-related disasters. And those impacts are becoming more frequent and more intense, mainly due to climate change. Today, I would like to specifically focus on how these growing concerns are affecting the 32 landlocked developing countries, the LLDCs. Extreme weather events caused by climate change, including droughts, heat waves, worsening floods, and melting glaciers, are leading to water-related disasters and water stress as water becomes more scarce, more unpredictable, or contaminated in the LLDCs. These negatively impact people's access to water and sanitation, agricultural production, biodiversity, and ultimately in achieving the SDGs. Over half of the LLDC's land is classified as dry land, and this makes them more vulnerable to drought. According to a 2021 report by the World Meteorological Organization, the number and duration of droughts globally have increased by 29% since 2000, as compared to the 2 previous decades. In Latin America, for instance, Paraguay experienced successive droughts in 2020 and 2021, resulting in significantly constrained agriculture output. As we have seen, Ethiopia and Turkmenistan being hit by severe drought in 2021 that compounded the already challenging socioeconomic situation that caused due to the pandemic. Lake Chad has shrunk in the last 50 years due to high temperatures and droughts, putting those dependent on on that water source at risk of losing their primary water supply. Climate change is accelerating the rate of glacial melt in Bhutan, Nepal, Tajikistan, and Bolivia. Distinguished colleagues, the LLDCs have experienced storms, cyclones, and flooding that have damaged critical infrastructure, including for transport and water. For example, tropical cyclone Idai, that in 2029 damaged the infrastructure corridors connecting the Mozambique port of Beira with Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Yesterday, I was at an LLDC's side event where the delegate from Rwanda was sharing his experience of excessive floods that had destroyed many bridges and roads. And this was the same story that was repeated by the other LLDCs. Climate change induced water disasters will have a major influence in the ability of the LLDCs to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and therefore need to be given special attention. There is a clear and urgent case to improve resilience and disaster risk management, including water management. LLDCs have limited capacities to adapt to and mitigate the impacts of climate change as they are already hamstrung by structural vulnerabilities and deep resource constraints. Yet they continue to show their commitment to the sustainability imperative. For example, at least 22 LLDCs reported to the Sendai Framework Monitor that they had natural disaster risk reduction strategies in place by the end of 2021. And I have heard over the last 3 days, have heard many such homegrown initiatives that are being, transformative initiatives that are being taken by the LLDCs to respond to the climate crisis. But clearly, more needs to be done. Best practices, such innovative solutions need to be scaled up and solutions implemented. I hope that the experiences that will be shared here today will help highlight successful approaches that will be useful for the sustainable development of the LLDCs to meet and respond to the water stress crisis that we have. These experiences will also contribute to our reflections as we move towards the midterm review of the Sendai Framework and the UN Water Conference, both to be held next year in 2023, and very, very importantly, the once in a decade third UN Conference on LLDCs to be held in 2024. Thank you all once again for your kind attention to share these few thoughts, and I wish this workshop all success. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Fatima. So the issues you mentioned are also present in Central Asia, the region of the world highly affected by climate change, particularly by the impacts of glacier lake outburst floods. That is why I'm very happy to invite to the floor for welcoming remarks to Mr. Sultan Rahimzodeh, Chairman of the Executive Committee of the International Fund for Saving Aral Sea and of the Republic of Tajikistan, to the Water and Climate Coalition leaders. Mr. Rahimzodeh, we're honored to have in this session too. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Paulina. Thank you for your efforts also moderating this session online. It's not easy, basically.
Thank you.
It's not easy task to do it. So,
is.
distinguished participants, let me address you on behalf of the government of Tajikistan, one of the organizers of this session. And taking this opportunity, I would like to thank our partners who helped us to join to organize this session, which is very important, basically. And thank you, dear participants, for your time and for being with us. Indeed, my special thanks to Madam Mami Mizutori, head of the UNDRR, and Mark Sweet for great introduction of the day. They highlighted basically how important the interrelation of water, climate, and disaster, and with providing the figures and some examples. And indeed, I think that the integrated approach to solve these issues, water, energy, climate issues, will give us more benefit in this process. And I would like also to thank USG, Mr. Fatima, for her welcoming remarks. She highlighted basically that the LLDCs and LDCs and developing countries are mostly, affected by disaster risk reduction, and especially water-related one. Everybody knows that more than 80% of impacts of climate change goes through the water. 9 of 10 disasters are water-related, and unfortunately, the statistics of the last year show that these figures are increasing, faster. So it is basically the case of Tajikistan, which is a mountainous country. 93% of our territory is a mountainous country, and therefore Tajikistan is prone to high risk of the natural disasters related to water, such as floods, mud flows, landslides, avalanches, and others. And unfortunately, the ongoing climate change is further exacerbating the situation, including through the intensive melting of our glaciers, which was mentioned specifically by our honorable president during the plenary session, and also taking the stage of this water pavilion during the opening. Over the past 5 years, about 2,500 natural hazards have occurred in our country, which caused significant direct damage to the population and economy and infrastructure of our country. And very unfortunately, of course, these impacts, they undermine our efforts to achieve SDGs. Enormous damage is being done to the energy sector, hydraulic infrastructure, roads, agriculture, the water infrastructure, and the environment even. Unfortunately, these phenomena often lead to human casualties also. The government of the Republic of Tajikistan is making great efforts to reduce the risk of these disasters and eliminate their consequences. So in order to accelerate the achievement of the goals of the Sendai Framework Program and the National Strategy of the Republic of Tajikistan on Disaster Risk Reduction, which was adopted by the government in 2019 for the period of until 2030, a number of projects are successfully implemented in the country that are aimed at implementing strategic objectives in the field of disaster risk reduction. Taking this opportunity, I would like to thank our partners, including UNDRR and those countries from the developed world and the international financial institutions who are basically supporting the efforts of my government in this direction. The participants, it was mentioned several times about the midterm review of the international decade, Water for Sustainable Development, to be done next year. And really 2023, it is important year for all of us. It is basically the midterm review of this International Water Action Decade. It is a midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And it is basically the midterm of the SDGs. And then in March, Tajikistan and the Netherlands will be co-hosting the UN Water Conference, very historical one, which will be in the second one in the history of the UN, the first one after almost 50 years after the conference in Mar del Plata in Argentina. Then there will be the conference about the midterm review of the Sendai Framework and SDG Summit in September at UN. So the government of Tajikistan and the Netherlands, but also with support of our friends with Japan and the other countries who are leading the different processes, we are trying basically to ensure the synergies between all these processes, since they are really very highly interrelated. So in terms of the 2023 conference, I think you know that on 25th of October, PGA meeting held in New York, and the themes of the interactive dialogues of the conference were finalized. And one of the themes of this conference, it's about the water for environment, climate, resilience, and DRR. So it's a very much interrelation between all these aspects. And we started just preparation, the concept note, background documents. All the countries, member states are invited to make the input by written. I mean that also being the leader for this process, co-chairing the interactive dialogues, and also you are welcome to join us in this process. Tajikistan and the Netherlands definitely will do our best, I mean, that to make this conference historical, not only in terms of the time dimension, but also in terms of its impacts and results. For that, water action agenda was launched during the Dushanbe Decade Conference in June this year, and currently we are working together basically to collect the commitment, voluntary commitment from different member states, financial institutions, and even individuals in this process to make the big impact after the 2023 conference. So again, we are inviting all the partners from different sectors, not only from water, disaster, or climate, but all the sectors, since we have the cross-sectoral approach for this conference, to be united around this conference and to make it really impactful, to make the change in our approach, in our next steps to achieve SDG 6 and other water-related goals. Thank you very much for having this opportunity, and I wish you and wish all of us basically a successful session today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rahim Soda. So I welcome now our three panelists. I invite Mrs. Yumiko Asayama, Chief Manager of International Affairs at Japan Water Forum. Mrs. Asayama will expose disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation in Japan through zone water cycle management and river basin disaster resilience and sustainability by all. Mrs. Asayama, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Pauline, for introduction to me from online. Hello, distinguished participants here. My name is Yumiko Asayama, Chief Manager of Japan Water Forum, and also coordinator of the Asia Pacific Water Forum and the Northern Water Network called NowNet. And today, I would like to explain about the flood risk management in Japan, because Japan is very, very, historically, flood damage is influenced on our economy and social social sustainability. But Japan try to enhance the social capability to address the flood risk and any changing climate. So now I would like to explain this, including the concept. Okay. So in the context of climate change adaptation, Japan has adapted to the single law for promoting adaptation measures, not only for government and local government, but also stakeholders, including private sector and citizenship. In 2018, in accordance with the moment of the Paris Agreement, and also the concerning about the heavy flood risk management and the changing climate in various locations in Japan. And Japan mandated the establishment of Japan climate change adaptation in national case and locally to monitor and update it every 5 years. And this law also encourages all prefecture of Japan to establish local climate adaptation center to gather any information and any stakeholder to work collaboratively. And Japan's cabinet approved the revised climate change adaptation in October 2021, and that plan established the 66 key performance indicators to monitor the progress of each sectoral and fundamental measures by using PCDA approach. And the Ministry of the Environment and also Ministry of the Economy, Trade, and Industry also strengthen the support private sector's investment to manage climate risk, providing good practice on climate change adaptation, not only in Japan, but also global cases. And information is collected and made in comprehensive web-based platform for everybody, easy to understand way to promote adaptation measures. And Japan also providing not only the case of Japanese studies, but also the other countries' case studies, particularly in Asia Pacific regions, is also collected. on web-based info platform. So these information platforms should be also useful for learn from for your brainstorming. And in the context of the climate in water sectors, now I would like to explain that Japan is adopting promote river-based disaster resilience and sustainability by Earth. But before I explain about the current recent policy about the recent river-based disaster resilience and sustainability by all, I would like to explain Japan's conventional approach. In Japan, flood control as a major, important issue for national, sustainable and economic development. So, river is managed by the Japanese government. Big river, particularly in urban area, is managed by Japanese government, and the smaller scale of the river is managed by either prefectural governor or municipal mayors. And historically, Japan, forced to support, try to prevent the flood risk by, by making of the hard infrastructure by enlarging the river channel capacity and establishing, storage. And also storage for rainwater in the whole basin and prevent immediate outflow. And based on the hard infrastructure, the non-structure measure to reduce damage, including the hazard map and also measure to promote the water facility and wastewater management was also supported to avoid the damage. But this is basically a river managed by levee, but the way of city planning was somewhat different because of the vertical administration, but with Japan now gradually realizing it is important to avoid the flood risk by working together with various stakeholders, because facility itself does not prevent all damage, and the facility itself and the mega infrastructure itself does not necessarily does not necessarily is not the flood risk damage. So cooperation, not only government but also the citizen private sectors are key for reduce vulnerability to flood in society for our livelihood. So now I would like to introduce background to adapt the river-based disaster sustainability by all. So Japan's science and recent frequent severe tolerance rain event enhance Japanese shift for government structure to work together by collaboratively. And particularly relevant social issue also enhance our policy move, such as society with aging population, aging infrastructure, and particularly decreasing rate of the number of people who can support the number of people needed support in the disaster is also a heavy issue under the society with aging population. And people, although science is enhanced, but the people's awareness is still weak. And some people's delay in the at the time of flood is also a huge issue in Japan. So but remarkable progress is high performance computing and big data science to improve flood management plan, thanks to scientists' effort and also collaboration among various research fields of climate change. So the science improved the Japanese political structure and enhanced the law to establish under the cabinet. And another important concept is, the sound water cycle. Usually, adaptation measure or disaster risk management measure are supposed to be made by national government and sectoral government, local government. But in terms of disaster risk management, we need to, make the policy in line with each river basin or each watershed, because watershed itself does not have any, sectoral boundaries. So Japan established and enacted the Basic Act on Water Cycle, prescribing water as public nature, and also established a plan for sound water cycle, considering whole of basin management, including groundwater, to promote maintenance and recovery of sound water cycle. Sound water cycle is not only for the urban water cycle, but also including the water cycle for quality and also improvement of natural environment surrounding water. And in 2020, in Japan, the water cycle basic plan of water cycle is supposed to be updated by monitoring the progress of every 5 years. Then currently, Japan adopted the measure measure of priority to enhance our safe and secure society through sound water initiative, responding to the risk of climate change and large-scale natural disaster. And now we are not only considering the current generation, we are also considering about the sustainability of future generation. And we try to enhance, all the resilience from disaster by adapting the innovation for sound water cycle. So now this concept of the sound water cycle to consider the water cycle as a system also enhance Japan's government adaptation to river basin disaster resilience and sustainability by all. This also consider river basin from upper to lower basin is as a system, and improves all the flood prevention and exposure reduction and enhance the disaster resilience, not only by the river basin management, but also through the city planning and also improving the way of our living. For example, now land facility, actually private property owner are now the obligation to shows risk of flood risk in the property. Then local resident now understanding whether this place is safer place or not under the change the risk of flood. This kind of visibility for people's livelihood also enhancing, trying to enhance people's awareness to avoid disaster risk and work collaboratively for enhancing the resilience. And one of the example, actually, Japan. This law was adapted recently, but Tsurumi River, next to Tokyo area, and the river from Tokyo to Kanagawa, say Yokohama, which is one of the biggest Japanese economy place, is also conducting the measure for or disaster risk, disaster resilience and sustainability by collaborating with various stakeholders. Although water facility itself is need to maintain longer period, so it is challenging for private sector or any other non-professional to manage that. But in giving the
Mrs. Asayama,
yes.
you have half a minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and that's
Thank you.
also in Japan. It's private sector intervention and civil society's intervention is focused on the management aspect and increase by for in this case of water Nissan water parks. Although the facility itself is developed by Yokohama City, but giving the Nissan car automobile company to give the right naming right to of this facility, then this also support financially for operation and maintenance of the facility. So at the time of flooding in this facility, be the load of water returns and then when we had a very World Cup, rugby World Cup, this assisted to at the time that heavy flood was happening, but thanks to this facility and this we could heavy damage, and that's also assisted to Japanese rugby team to win for at the time under the heavy weather condition. So, and also this not only facility, but collaboration from civil society are also key to protect the area and also enhance various, collaboration from private sector and privacy. And the private sector are also key to mobilize civil society interest for collaboration to disaster risk. And now, there is also Yokohama City has also enhanced the incentive for private sector to civil society by adopting the certification for private sector ESG bond and also funding for civil society, particularly working for or environment and urban development planning. So although water disaster management is tendency to be work of land infrastructure, but in order to address the flood risk, a lot of collaboration from different sectors by making use of the opportunity of global initiatives such as SDG, CO2 emission reduction, SA zero carbon, and climate change adaptation measure is important. By working collaboratively with the stakeholders from different initiatives, it is important to address the risk of flood risk and any other water-related disaster. Now I would like to conclude my presentation. So it is flood risk does not cannot solve entirely through mega project or searching for mega infrastructure financing. So, but important thing is society itself need to well prepare for flood risk by enhancing the cross-disciplinary, cross-sector, and science policy society interaction. And I like to emphasize, maintain, reduce, restore the sound water cycle, tailoring local diverse climate, geographic, socioeconomic risk is also promote collaborative action from different sectors. And Beijing-wide water management for sound water cycle is also key for increasing policy confidence. And this, sound water cycle and river whole of Beijing management is also the key for enhance effectiveness of the public finance resources by leveraging private capital, support sound water cycle and water-related disaster management. And in order to enhance that, empowerment of regional local government leadership to decentralizing finance system to incentivize private sector and civil society is also key for improvement of the current situation. And finally, in Japan's case, science assisted the promotion of policy and also collaboration among different sectoral stakeholders. So accelerating transboundary information sharing is also key for enhanced informed decision making. And the most important thing is foster facilitator for catalyzing beings who can lead the way towards resolving problem by combining global science and local science on the site for using lens of science and images approach. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mrs. Asayama. This is a great example of collaborative network, the collaborative work for climate change adaptation. So we move now to Chile, almost the antipode of Japan. So I welcome Mr. René Garreau, Director of the Center for Climate and Resilience Research. He will expose through a video. The current mega drought in Chile is the future now. Can you please display the video?
Good morning, everyone. This is René Garreau from the University of Chile. It's really an honor to be present here, not in person, but at least virtually, in this seminar dedicated to managing water stress in the face of climate change within the context of COP27. So as I said, I work at the University of Chile. I am currently the director of the Center for Climate and Resilience Research. That is an interdisciplinary group of around 70 researchers with a lot of connection with the public policy arena, research and formation of human resources. And today I will talk about the mega drought in central Chile, and I will ask the question, is the future now? Well, so let me first start with describing where is central Chile. This map will help me. We are located in the west coast of South America, around between 30 and 40 degrees south, so our climate is basically subtropical. It's bounded by the Andes. It hosts about 10 million inhabitants, and most of the activities of our country take place here precisely in central Chile. Precipitation is delivered by frontal system moving in the bilateral storm track, and this precipitation is somehow hindered by the presence of the subtropical anticyclone here in the Southeast Pacific. There is a lot of variability, especially related to ENSO. El Niño years tend to be wetter. The La Niña years tend to be drier here in central Chile. But let me show you what has been going on over the last 100 years. Here I have the records of station Quinto Normal, not far from where I am now in Santiago. And you can see that there is, as I said, a lot of year-to-year variability, but also you can see this consistent decline that we observed in the last part of the record. The yellow line corresponds to the 10 years moving average, and you can see that the decline has been quite consistent. In fact, except for perhaps for 2015, we have all of these years below the average, which is this green line that I'm showing here in the horizontal. So in contrast with other decades in which we have a mix of dry and wet years, the last decade has been consistently dry, and this is why we call it the mega drought in central Chile. Now, the record was from Santiago, but of course, the mega drought has been taking place in a lot of places all around the country, from about 30 degrees south to 40 degrees south, that precisely correspond to this area known as central Chile. And when you look in terms of a percentage, the average precipitation deficit over the last 10 years has been around 20 to 50, 25 to 30%. Now, this particularly period of time is not only wet, drier than average, but also warmer than average. Here is again record from Santiago. The horizontal axis corresponds to precipitation, the vertical axis corresponds to temperature, and you can see that the last 10 years here are highlighted by these yellow symbols, and all of them have been below average in terms of precipitation, but above average in terms of precipitation. So we have facing the driest and warmest decade in record here in central Chile. And we can take, of course, you can say maybe your record is not that long, but we have taken advantage of this reconstruction based on 3 rings, and we found that this is really unprecedented in the context of the last 1,000 years. We can argue that all subtropical areas, including South Africa, Western Australia, Europe, and part of California, have also experienced dry conditions over these 10 years, but central Chile definitely stand out as the subtropical or Mediterranean area with the largest rainfall deficit over the last decade. The causes are diverse. Usually dry years were associated with La Niña, but in fact, over the last 10 years, we have been a mix of some years have been La Niña, half years have been El Niño, but most of them have been in between near neutral conditions. So don't blame to La Niña for this long period of dryness here in central Chile. Now, looking to the future looks dry. This is a simulation for the rest of the century, or the last part of the century, under a very pessimistic scenario, and show precisely the decrease in precipitation here in central Chile. So you can think, well, maybe this already climate change. Now, when you ask to the models, in fact, they tell you, the multimodal average, which precisely captures the signal of climate change, they tell you that the average precipitation deficit should be around 10%, but the actual or the observations are around 30%. So there is a lot of difference still to explain between what is produced by climate change and what is produced by other natural variability, which is not La Nina. So to summarize, climate change has definitely been playing a role here in Central Chile mega drought, but it's not the full story. And in some sense, the mega drought that we're experiencing now is a synopsis of what we will experience in the future. And talking about what we experience, let me skip these figures just on sake of time. Of course, we look at a lot of impacts in terms of dryness of the natural vegetation and extensive and more aggressive forest fire seasons. There is a need of deliver water by truck in many localities. So the mega drought, regardless of is this purely climate change or it's a mixture of climate change and variability, has resulted obviously in a lot of impact both in the natural world and the social world as well. Just to finish, what happened with agriculture? This is a particular region here south of Santiago with a lot of agricultural development. And despite the mega drought, that is this period here in low precipitation, you can see that the greenness of this area has increased, as seen by satellite and also as seen by the production of vegetables. And you wonder, why is this? Of course, this is due to the use of the water resources. And this is my last lesson here. We are somehow adapting to the mega drought, but we have to take into account if this adaptation is sustainable in time. Using water, underground water, is not the final response, of course. So agriculture in Central Chile has been so far more or less isolated or not too affected by the problems with the mega drought because it's relying on underground water. But don't rely on this for the next decade to come, because we know that this water is obviously limited, and we should put efforts in other sources of water or have an agriculture that is more sustainable in Central Chile and other Mediterranean areas. Thank you so much for your attention, and I hope you have a good day today.
Thank you very much, René Garou. Finally, I welcome Mr. Alex Rumeniak, Chief Executive Officer at Predict Services, and he will expose climate change in the Mediterranean basin, early warning as a first step of adaptation. Mr. Rumeniak, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Paulina. Many thanks for the invitation of the Water Pavilion. It's for me a big honor to have possibility to contribute at this side events, and particularly for the French Water Partnership. I want rapidly to speak about the Mediterranean basin because I don't know if the presentation can be online. Sorry. Like you say, Mediterranean basin, it's one of the hotspots of the climate change. If it's possible to share. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Effectively, since more than 20 years, we observe an increase of the temperature of the Mediterranean. Due to this close sea, due to the most rapidly climate change in West Europe, the consequence of the climate change will and yet have hot and a lot of big impacts about the water cycle. We have yet observed some heat wave. We observe drought. We observe marine heat wave, extreme events, flash flood, and we observe also Mediterranean hurricane like it in Greece in 2020. And it's why I want to present, like say Mami in the introduction of these side events, all the interests of the early action process. And like Mami said, early action process called me the first stage in this adaptation of in the road of adaptation. And it's necessary to understand that it was an integration process in not only early warning with meteorologic advertisement, but it's necessary to be an understanding risk, the preparedness, detection and monitoring, and after dissemination to be in action. And for make the demonstration of this kind of process we develop in the world, I want to make a case study of Alex Storm in 2020. Alex Storm, it was a storm came from Atlantic Ocean, but with the temperature of the Mediterranean Sea, more than 29, so 28, 29 degrees in October, the energy, like said the doctor in introduction, was very important. And it was more than 600 millimeter of rainfall in less of 10 years in a very small area with very big consequences. And like you see, it's not only a flood, but it was consequences in terms of flash flood, of storm, of rivers destruction, of a lot of construction on the valley just near Nice and Côte d'Azur. And so it was important to know that in this event, all the city of this country could develop, like we call in French, it was safety plan, community safety plan, and all the community has prepared before all the action, evacuation, close the road, security action, and it's possible for all the city to take this action from school, from house, and also, and it's possible for this event to save more than 20,000 people in 2 days for this event. It was a very, very big action with the structure who is in charge of the security on this area. It's called the SMIAGE. And this example, and our colleagues say that we must be rapid on this sequence because we are late. So I want to conclude on this system. This event show that with a big and good preparation, with an integrated approach, we can save life. And in this case of the Mediterranean Sea, with a very, very big effect of climate change, it's necessary to imagine a global approach and concept of early warning for MED, and we work about that, and we hope that, like says Mami in introduction, with the process of early warning for all who engaged yesterday by UN, we try to contribute at this process to imagine a process to share the good practice between the different countries of Mediterranean Sea to develop an early warning for MED and to the first stage of the adaptation process in this very essential action for the next future. Thank you very much to all, and I'll rest to the disposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roumaniac. So now is the time to discuss, to ask questions and answers. So I would like to give the floor to Mrs. Ingrid Timbo, Policy Director of the Alliance for Water, for Global Water Adaptation, AGWA, who will moderate this panel. The floor is yours. Ingrid.
Thank you, Paulina, and thank you to our speakers. We are a little bit short on time, so there's just going to be time for one question each. So first I want to go back to Yumiko. And so you mentioned a number of different things that Japan has been doing to prepare. So policy measures, policy integration, integrated basin planning, public-private sector partnerships, et cetera. But I'm wondering what was the first step? Because we heard from Dr. Mark Smith in the opening segment saying that there's this water wake-up call that we're all experiencing. And is there a specific event or is there a specific series of things that really got Japan on this track that you're on now that you could speak to very briefly?
So, disaster, people's, awareness will be enhanced once they face. But without facing, people doesn't aware about, all the effectiveness for not taking care of, disaster risk. But now, technology, science advanced. So by making use of science and technology, it is important to enhance people's awareness about the risk. Not by focus on, on the how that influence on the livelihood. So livelihood influence is not necessarily on their living condition, but that's also considers how that's also influence on food, because Japan is lots of Japan is very water intensive country. So so our society also need to identify what's happening why we are enjoying good food, but it's also need to consider how we are using water in other countries. So enhancing, so include by visualizing the image of what will be happening in the future, it is important to enhance awareness. So now technology enhanced, we are also people's awareness by using VR.
Thank you so much for that. And so turning to Alex, you also mentioned science and technology as well in terms of early warning systems and things that's going on in the Mediterranean basin. But I'm wondering what you see as kind of some of the main challenges that you're facing to enhancing preparedness and doing preventative DRR water planning.
Yes, it's a question is very important. We have said the extreme events in Mediterranean Sea and Mediterranean Basin could be very rapid and could be very intense. So it's necessary to be prepared before. So it's not only just now we must be something. It's necessary to prepare before. And in this day of the sustainability is very important because it will be essential to proceed with a global approach. And like I say, in terms of early action, and Mami say that, we must be understand that to do this, there is 4 key points. First is acknowledge the risk, the first part. And when we know the risk, we can be a good preparation, the preparedness with, like I said, what is the scope to evacuate, what is the road to close, and so we must imagine the action plan. After that, the event could be very fast and rapid. So it's necessary to anticipate. So the system of monitoring and to see with observation with radar on satellite data, it's very important. And the last mile, it was dissemination of recommendation to action, not alert only, because people doesn't know what is they going to do. It's necessary to transmit recommendation. And with this operational dissemination, we have this 4 point. And to conclude, I think it's very important to imagine a process, an initiative to share this good practice between Mediterranean Sea, and it's on this side we try to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you so much for mentioning communities and bringing those in, because I think one of the things that we talk about a lot is, okay, it's one thing to have all this data and information and it may be available, but how do you actually get it to the people who need it? And are they actually able to then use it? And so it can't just come in one way or the other. So
Clearly,
that's really important.
That's
Wonderful. Well, I'm looking at our technicians. I think we have to wrap up with this segment. I know I have a lot more questions. Hopefully you all can snag these guys after the session and ask more questions. But we have some recommendations coming next from my colleague Alex. So I'm going to turn it back to the virtual room. But thank you both very much.
Thanks, Ingrid, and I'll be very brief, mindful of the time. My name is Alex Moroner. I'm also from the Alliance for Global Water Adaptation, or AGWA, and just quickly running through a list of some recommendations on the ways that national governments can create enabling environments for really successful implementation at the subnational, regional, and community level. So don't have a lot of time to get into explanations, but a few key priority areas for national governments would be to shift from a reactive to a proactive approach for disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management, to use disaster responses and rebuilding as tools for adaptation preparation. And then the next few are really tied together and to really encourage new approaches to assessing and communicating risks, whether they be hydroclimatic risks or financial risks, kind of shifting away from what has been the standard practice for things like cost-benefit assessments and downscaling for climate projections to more inclusive, adaptive approaches of risk assessment that include factors for climate uncertainty as well. And then really promoting inclusivity in disaster risk management planning, especially including the most vulnerable communities who are the most affected by disasters and often excluded from the dialogues about actions that will have direct impacts on them. So also empowering, engaging with local communities and cities, and exploring new instruments for risk transfer, for pooled finance, for risk retention. Communities really need reasonably priced, accessible, and timely financial instruments to respond and prepare for disasters. So things like catastrophe bonds, insurance, and pooled risk instruments. And then kind of tying disaster risk reduction and climate together, aligning national efforts for DRR, climate adaptation, and sustainable development, making sure that in planning and implementing for the Sendai framework, for the Paris Agreement, and the SDGs, that we're using things like climate commitments to create a mandate for successful disaster risk reduction activities. And just to close, really encourage a systems thinking approach to disaster risk management, using water as a connector across systems and sectors, and to be adaptive in the management, supporting flexible approaches and thinking along long time horizons. So I know that was very quick, but I'd like to turn it over to Paulina for some final closing thoughts for our session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alex. So this session has gathered evidence of the impacts of water-related disasters from different regions of the world, but also show different actions taken to cope with them. So therefore, I think one key word of this session is cooperation at the international, regional, and transboundary level, which is pivotal to support stakeholders and states to cope with the impacts of water-related disasters. And altogether, we need to find coordination mechanisms to protect our societies and ecosystems from these natural disasters. So we believe that this session provides an opportunity for synergies between academics, professionals, stakeholders, and decision makers of the water sector to follow the pathway of the Sendai framework and the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. So I thank you very much to all the participants of this session and to the audience.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon from Sri Lanka. This is Giriraj Amarnath. Can you hear me?
So shall we start now?
Yes, so I'm giving you.
Good. Okay. Okay. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this special session that's going to be looking at water-related disaster risk and exploring risk resilience through the lens of socio-technical innovation and enhanced disaster risk insurance partnerships. So we are at a critical moment in the future of our planet. Water is the lifeblood of our planet, but climate change is now disrupting the global water cycle and creating havoc with people's lives and livelihoods. The economic impacts are massive. Storms, floods, and droughts are becoming more severe, just as the IPCC said they would in 2008. Now this is becoming our new reality. Example from Pakistan this year. The floods have cost the Pakistan economy an estimated $30 billion and affected the lives of 33 million people. We have done the numbers. We'll be presenting the Aquanomics report to you later today. Headline figure, 5.6 trillion in losses through to 2050. We cannot afford to ignore this information. Now, we have a wonderful lineup of speakers for you today, very distinguished speakers. And to open the session, I would like to invite Rawia Al-Azawi, who is the Director General of Forestry and Combating Desertification right here in Egypt. Rawia, you're very welcome. Please, can you come to open the session?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, Excellency and Representative, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure and my honor to be with you and sharing experience in the Water Pavilion to share for everyone who come from everywhere to participate in this conference COP27. We all keen to obtain the information and knowledge appropriate solution to tackle the effectiveness of climate change. Climate has been shifting seasonally of water, high temperature, flood, forest fire, hurricane, and so on. We will cover in this session all the issues related to water management and the latest science knowledge around the droughts and long-term trend of aridity. We all support the effort of mitigation to impact of the climate adaptation and thus achieve the goal 6 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which include providing water for all by 2030. We must know that the Middle East and North Africa in particular is the most vulnerable countries affected by the climate change. Countries are suffering from the severe water shortage globally as the per capita share of water is less than the normal rate. They are suffering from the critical situation with regard to low rainfall, high temperature, repeated the drought, availability of water is expected to decrease by 30 to 50% by 2050. Long-term effort to conserve water consumption by improving water infrastructure, water management, moderation, technology for irrigation will come again and hope we will get benefit and obtain all the solution to tackle the problem of the drought. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Rawia, and thank you for underlining the particular situation of the countries here in the Middle East where water scarcity is indeed one of the biggest dangers facing the population.
Now it's my great pleasure to introduce Mr. Rod Naylor of GHD. He is GHD's global lead based in Australia, and he will be sharing with us the Aquanomics report, which contains the numbers that you are all waiting for. Rod is a chartered engineer, and he's a fellow of the Institution of Engineers in Australia, and he is working with GHD to bring these numbers to the global attention. So, Rod, please.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Anya. I believe I have the clicker here, but I need to know which to click. Here we go. So, Aquanomics, the economics of water risk, is a piece of work that at GHD we took on as a way to contribute, I guess, to the debate, to try and raise awareness in the first instance of the great connective influence and impact of water in climate adaptation. And in the second instance, I guess, to try and bring some new thinking to the conversation about how we might respond to that in the face of uncertainty around the future of climate change and the need for adaptation. So I guess it's clear that there's more investment needed to tackle the problem, but at the same time, I guess we're challenging our own thinking on how can we think better about using the assets that we have? How can we use the money that's available to us more effectively while we drive towards greater recognition of the impact of water through climate adaptation and also the opportunities. So the opportunity was to challenge us to accept the problem and to think a little bit bigger. We did the work across 7 geographies where we as GHD are participant, where we were actually working, because our focus is to try and move from this conversation to actual action and implementation. And we looked at the direct losses from climate change impacts, from floods, droughts and storms, but also at the broader economic impact. So we went beyond the direct loss and damage to the economic impact to regions, and took our calculations based on a 2-degree centigrade temperature change, I guess as a hedge towards where we think we might end up, and looked forward from now to 2050 to make the case. The methodology for this was a little bit new, I guess. We started by using the Ortec Finance's Climate Predict model to quantify the impact of climate change events, and then did work, including with Dr. Anya Grabicki, to understand the implication of those climate events right across economies, and then worked with Cambridge Econometrics as well, using their E3ME model to forecast that economic impact over the long term. So it's a slightly different lens, I believe, to understanding the potential impact from work that's been done before. And as Andy mentioned, the headline number just for those economies in that time frame is $5.6 trillion worth of economic impact between now and 2050, and 1.3 trillion between now and 2030. Even though things are expected to accelerate more, the financial imperative, the economic imperative to do something is there. And I guess one point of interpretation that we always try to make clear is we're not purely talking about finance. Economies define lives, define livelihoods, define quality of life. So when we talk about economies, looking at the broad social and economic and environmental implications, not just at the financial ones. Our findings identified, I guess, of the 3 storms, droughts and floods across the jurisdiction that we took. Storms account for roughly half of that potential damage and impact. And I guess particularly potentially in the south of the US, more recently we've seen that damage and that implication of the storm, not just the direct damage and loss, but the implication for commerce, for industry, for logistics, transport, and for the economy more broadly, right down to issues of tourism and whether people are willing to come back and sustain a tourism industry in an area that's been flattened. So if we think Puerto Rico potentially. Floods, the next largest at roughly 1/3 of the impact through floods and flooding. And being an Australian, we're very focused on drought. As here in the Middle East, we found drought to be potentially the least impactful, but that's potentially, it becomes obvious why in a moment when I share the impact on different economies. These are the numbers that arose from the work, and obviously the bigger an economy, the bigger the cash implication. So the US sort of tops the list, but I really ask people to focus on the GDP issue, the GDP numbers at the bottom of the calculation there. These are cumulative per annum year-on-year implications or reductions in GDP over the next 28 years. So that's where the huge numbers come from, the cumulative negative impact after repeated events on economies. And you can see the implications for different countries in terms of the economic impact are quite different depending on the geographic and climatic circumstances, but also then translated through the foundation of the economy. So some economies that are more reliant on export or on engaging with other economies are more susceptible or more robust than economies that are largely locally based. So that GDP figure is really the important understanding, and then understanding where the implications are. So in my part of the world, in Australia, in the Philippines where I work, we're at particularly high risk in terms of GDP impact, and particularly for the Philippines from storms, and in Australia very much from floods and from droughts. This, I guess, for me as a utility person for 35 years, is the one that really brings it home. Usually as water managers and as water authorities, we focus on the implication on water. And as you can see from the way the analysis lands, water utilities and energy utilities, the utility business is actually the least affected in terms of GDP. Whether that's because we're very focused on the implications or not, I don't know. But the important finding, I guess, is the implication for economies, particularly manufacturing, distribution, FMCG and retail. And we've seen that in the last 6 or 8 months with implications with drought on the Rhine for transport logistics and the economic implications to trade that flow from problems or from issues in terms of water. And we heard 2 days ago about plans to improve the navigability of the Nile because of the strong economic implications of not managing that waterway for its transport, logistics and economic benefit, as well as its use for agriculture and water. So this is the finding, I guess, to explain the great connectivity, the implication of water risk through climate change for our economies and therefore for the livelihoods of many, many millions of people. The second part of what we hope to bring to the conversation, I guess, is an inspiration to think potentially a little differently about how we respond. The answer is not always another huge dam. It fixes some things and not necessarily others. It depends on where you are. But we suggest that the conversation needs to take 3 paths of exploration. One, through adaptation. So acknowledging that these predictions and all of our predictions of climate change carry very high uncertainty, and the implications and therefore how we might invest and make change to respond is also therefore very uncertain. So there's a lot of sense in saying, let's take the money we have and think carefully in a stepwise adaptive pathway where we can make no regrets decisions, defer investments until we're more certain, and leverage investments along the way rather than seeking a silver bullet, which might sound great now, but may or may not be the best answer over time. The second is optimization. I think there's huge opportunity to take the assets that we have, the physical assets that we've built, the built environment, but also our natural assets and our human assets, and rethink about how we leverage and utilize them in response. So I guess particularly we're thinking about taking existing assets and repurposing them, rethinking their role in a different approach to water management and water cycle, but also driving their performance and efficiency through digital means, bringing them from a decision cycle of years or many years into a decision cycle of months or days or even hourly response to do things like reduce the impact and damage associated with flood, rather than presume that if we've built a dam or a levee, we've done all we can. So there's obviously opportunity to optimize what we have and perform better in terms of reducing risk. And I think Ivor from Swiss Re may speak about some of those topics. And finally, and there's a clarion call across the conference that I've heard in the last few days, a focus on actually valuing nature-based solutions, managing water in concert with nature rather than in competition, and implementing circular economies as well. So again, potentially rethinking from some of the hard infrastructure, concrete ideas of our past, more adaptive, more optimized, and more nature prioritized ways of responding. And that's, I guess that's what we took away from the work. 7 minutes isn't long. There is a website and a lot of information available to you if you'd like to explore it. There's the QR code there, and we welcome you to come along and engage with that information. By all means, get in touch and tell us what we've got right, tell us what we might have missed, and let's start a conversation. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Rod, and particularly therefore the numbers that are so important in making the case of the costs of inaction and the economic impact of these water-related disasters. Now to talk about loss and damage and the impact on developing countries in particular, I'm going to call upon Dr. Giriraj Amarnath, who's a principal researcher with the International Water Management Institute. He's a remote sensing expert, and he was previously a disaster risk specialist working with ICIMOD in Nepal, working in the challenging environment of the Himalayas. Dr. Giriraj?
Yeah.
Yes?
Thank you, Anya. I hope I'm audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, but I'm afraid we don't see you, but please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I think it's a good background to what Rod has spoken on the quantification of the water risk and what adaptation means to this particular webinar being organized as part of the Water Pavilion, being the DRR Day. We thank the Egypt government for giving this opportunity to highlight our ongoing solutions in Africa and Asia. So the topic I will be speaking on, capturing the climate opportunity, adaptations to resilience, and the transformative thinking going forward of what better we could do in the coming years. I think a lot of, from the high level opening remarks, we have seen the importance of how rising disasters, water risk, the quantification presented by the previous speaker really shows there is a clear link. If we have to look at the larger part of disaster risk reduction to be linked up, there is a clear role of how we are supposed to focus on water-related adaptation. That's a very clear soft adaptation entry points to look at. There are different quantification in terms of the future flood risk or the water risk. Year on year, we are going to see about 100 billion to 400 billion projected economic losses by 2030. And I think these statistics will vary depending on the scenarios and the emissions targets that the countries are going to set, which is very crucial in the time of COP27 we are discussing. And I think what is more important while we talk about socio-technological innovation, it is equally to look at policy coherence among the sectors, bringing a multi-scale governance. And largely, it's about water resource management and disaster risk reduction institutions have to work together. That's a very clear context we would like to highlight in this particular part of the series. And later, early this morning, Dr. Smith highlighted the importance of water management is a key to climate adaptation. So we should never forget climate crisis is equally a water crisis. Now, going forward on this is a recent assessment produced and published in Nature. I have given the copy of this link. Invariably, the world is experiencing different levels of hazard. This is a 1 in 100-year flood event. What you see, whether it is developed or developing countries, of course, the least developed and developing countries are having bright hotspots in terms of exposure to floods. And it is estimated over 1.8 billion people are going to have severe experience to flood event. And largely, it points out to countries like India and China, which is quantified close to 780 million people are experiencing medium to high severe flood risk. And the living standards of those poor and vulnerable communities with living standards of less than $5.5 US are facing high flood risk. So this really points out what are the flood resilient infrastructure we are going to look at and what integrated thinking we should have going forward on this kind of climate change, science-based evidences that is critical to go forward. Like as we said that we cannot look at forward emission targets and how the climate change is going to look like, that we are sure where and how the hotspots are emerging. But this particular picture shows despite increases in adaptation, we are seeing that year on year, the insured losses or the uninsured losses having a severe protection gap. And the opening remarks by Ania also spoken about the floods in Pakistan, which is going to be mega disasters this year, quantified over $30 billion. Now, what best we should do in terms of thinking into both the long-term and the short-term adaptations from the climate change perspective is very important. So we present here two different innovations here highlighting how space technology can provide really diagnose the problem, whether it is any part of the region in the world, We are seeing a mighty river, Brahmaputra in Bangladesh, showing the extent of flooding that happened. This image really speaks of many things, how flood embankment, infrastructure developments need to be looked at, how resilient these infrastructure, how irrigation systems need to be modified, how we are supposed to transfer the risk of those communities facing regularly from these large river basins like Ganges and Indus and many other rivers around the world. So space technology is vital in terms of identifying and providing a tailored solutions, whether it is a parametric product, whether it is identifying how the long-term infrastructure-wise, sector-wise development need to be developed on that. Now, from there, we developed these solutions called index-based flood insurance with Swiss Re, with national insurance partners. The technology is quite simple. It's a parametric product, allows countries to really use modeling data, the observed scientific data. WMO talks about importance of multi-hazard early warning, and that really points out the need for ground-based information. Having a quality data really helps the insurer to work with farmers, the government to transfer those risks. And when such a large catastrophic happens, the farmers do get this timely claims, and that really help them to build a larger resilience from the agriculture perspective and also flood proofing them going forward in the future scenarios of climate change. And last but not least, it is also important to look at how we look the smallholder farmers. There is a study we have looked at if investing in climate smart solution, including insurance program for poor farmers today, could save tens of billions of dollars in coming decades as climate change will upset the growing pattern. You have seen large part of the region, the growing days have been significantly reduced. So we need to develop innovative biotechnology or the agriculture technology. And also importantly, we have to mitigate the post-production losses. So we bundled a product called Bixa, bundled with seeds, climate services, water agronomic advisories, and the weather index insurance, which really shows really how farmers can certainly accelerate in terms of enhancing resilience going forward on this particular solution. And closing my slide, I just want to see that while we are looking at acceleration to transformation thinking in this last decades or so, CGR recently launched a program called Climate Resilience Initiative. It's a bold thinking of addressing social, institutional, and governance thinking to address the actual drivers of transformation process. So I believe these interventions through CGR and with working with partners in Africa will be able to bring a holistic perspective rather than looking at silo interventions of programs and how the establishments have to work together in a more coordinated thinking on that. With that, I thank for giving this opportunity. Over to you, Ania.
Thank you very much indeed, Giriraj. And you were really headlining some crucial issues there in terms of the innovations that are available for the poorest people who are threatened by these water-related disasters. You highlighted the role of insurance, you highlighted the role of multi-hazard early warning systems and how these can be bundled together to really help the poorest of the poor who are facing these dramatic disasters increasing year by year. Now, it's my great pleasure to introduce the panel. So if I may ask Rahia and Rod to please join me again on the stage. We are also welcoming online, so please come up and be seated. We are also welcoming online Monirul Haq from Bangladesh, working with BRAC and BRAC Microfinance. So Monirul, thank you very much for joining us. And then finally, so if I may introduce you briefly, Monirul heads the non-life insurance segment in BRAC Microfinance, where he's focused on programmatic development and initiatives for his microfinance clients. He's established successful insurance initiatives and has been heavily engaged in product design and partnership management related to financial literacy, microloans, and basically post-disaster resilience relief through microfinance. So thank you very much for joining us, Monirul. We are also hopefully joined by Ivo Mensinger. And if Ivo is here, please could you join us on stage? No? Yes, I think there's so many things going on here that sometimes it's hard to find your way to the correct event. Okay, Ivo Mensinger from Swiss Re, unfortunately, will not be able to join us today. Okay, but we have 4 wonderful panelists. So what I'd like to do is, first of all, Monirul, I would like to start with you and ask you, since BRAC is a leader in microfinance and ensuring the uninsured people against these water-related disasters, how do you work with the poorest households to help to build their resilience to these increasing disaster risks that they are facing? Please go ahead.
Thank you, Ania. So I will start with the event that Period has actually showed that happened early this year in the northeast zone of Bangladesh. The major flood happened that we have ever seen in last 1 or 2 decades. So almost 7 million people been affected in the flood. So I'll start with what we have done in managing that the risk of the people and our clients, microfinance and BRAC members. We have leveraged our networks, microfinance networks, to manage the post-disaster support through relief and through ensuring fresh water, food, and others in almost 2 to 3 months. Now, that is one thing that we always ensure, the leveraging the microfinance network, because we have the footprint across Bangladesh, in every part of Bangladesh. As microfinance, what we traditionally do in this sort of cases is, in a post-pandemic, post-catastrophic scenario, we offer moratorium, we offer additional risk and additional credit for invest sort of a second investment for managing the risk better for the clients, what we call the refinance. And we also reschedule the loans based on, so these all are tailor-made based on the need and the overall scenario of each individual level household or the person. But again, after doing all these things, that has sort of these are all the traditional approach we have, we do, usually the MFIs do in across globe, I believe. Additionally, there are when people face submerged and waterlogged scenario, the disease get breakout. So we have additional medical related, which we call medical treatment loan, that again an emergency credit support we offer to the clients. And we also have sanitation support, we call sanitation loan. So this is sort of, once the flood happens, often the sanitation service that they built that washed away, and they get access to credit, emergency basis, to rebuild that those things. So these all are traditional things, and I would love to share one thing that we have tried to do apart from the traditional approaches and tools and services that microfinance occasionally offer. We have tried a pre-approved based credit, which we call a contingency plan of credit. So our client at that point of time, we have tried that in a pilot basis in the Brahmaputra zone that Krida showed in the map. So due to designed in a way so that the client become pre-approved for the credit. What actually happened traditionally when people face this sort of catastrophe, they are often overburdened with the credit and the loan, and they do not get access to credit. So it's a pre-approved things, and we found when they have this sort of cushion, this sort of pre-approved service, they took the loan, they access to the credit very easily without any further evaluation and things. And they utilize that. In our 3 years pilot, we have seen they utilize that very cautiously, and they recover from those immediate losses. And eventually, as microfinance, what is very important for us is to a better repayment scenario. So for those people, those clients who have taken that credit, they have repaid us in a better way than the others who haven't taken that. So I will take a pause here. Over to you, Anil.
So I've just been informed that, in fact, Ivo Mensinger will be joining us shortly. But now, thank you very much, Monirul, for highlighting all the financial instruments that you have been developing for working with the poorest households. I mean, as we heard from Giriraj earlier, there are 1.8 billion people exposed to floods in the world. Of those, 1.2 billion people are some of the poorest people concentrated in Asia and in Africa. Now, you've been talking about these financial innovations and financial packages, extended credit, rescheduling loans, but also more innovative instruments like the contingency credit, easier repayment solutions, and so on. Can you give us a very specific example of a village or a community that was hit by a flood, and give us an example of how these financial packages and the financial restructuring helped the people to recover, to rebuild the toilets, to replant their crops? Over to you, Monirul.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll give you an example from the emergency credit that I have shared. So we have sort of 1,000 people took the loan in the first round, first year. So I'll share one example that I have wrote a blog about on her. So she had faced a major catastrophe. She used to live outside of the dam, the river dam. So all her belongings actually got washed away. So she took that emergency credit. She utilized that credit for major 3 aspects. One is immediate, the medical related issues. Another major, almost 70% of that credit she utilized for a very quick crop, and she cultivated that in her waterlogged area. There are certain crops you can actually grow in a very short term. So waterlogged happened for about 2 to 2.5 months around at that point of time. She cultivated that crop, she sold it, and she actually be able to restructure her house. So it was not at that level it was before the flood, but yes, gradually when we look back to her after 3 years, we found yes, she has sort of overcome. Now, given that scenario, such an options is not really instrumental to help the person to be back to what she or he was before that catastrophe. But yes, additionally, as microfinance, we found that it was our duty to give them some sort of cushion and encourage them to utilize their capacity to gradually be and grow, and sort of use giving them a ladder to invest and recover from the overall scenario and develop their resilience over the period of time.
Thank you very much, Monirul. So these are exactly the sorts of socio-technical innovations that we're looking to talk about in this session. How to give people a resilience ladder to help themselves to build back after a disaster. So welcome, Ivo. Ivo Mensinger has just joined us. May I put you on the spot right away, please, and ask you to join the panel on the stage? So Ivo Mensinger is the managing director for public sector business for Swiss Reinsurance across Europe Middle East and Africa, and he's based in Zurich. He leads Swiss Re's development of new public sector and microinsurance products globally. So, Ivo, we have just been discussing how microinsurance products are being developed in Bangladesh and serving some of the poorest of the poor. I wanted to ask you, more in global terms, the insurance industry is seeing these mounting costs and payouts for water-related disasters. But as we know, many, many people are still unprotected by insurance. So how does Swiss Re see this increasingly challenging new reality? Do you have answers for the insured as well as for the uninsured? It's over to you.
So that's a complex question, but let me try to unpack it. So absolutely, the natural catastrophes, in particular water, climate-related ones, are increasing. At the same time, the protection gap is immense. We have less than a single-digit insurance protection in emerging markets. So there's very little involvement of the financial sector as such, and protection available. Very different to more the industrialized countries. Now, when we work on trying to increase insurance penetration, in my view, it is not the risk of the changes in the environment and an increase in the frequency of the event. That's the main hurdle. The main hurdles are much more mundane in terms of the ability to operationalize such solutions on the ground is very, very complex. You have many stakeholders, including the government, which needs to provide the enabling environment to implement new insurance schemes. You need to make sure that ultimately the people who are in need of these insurance solutions and support, that they actually receive the payments. So there's a distribution challenge as well. And we are trying to overcome some of these hurdles with innovation, including, for instance, direct mobile payment solutions to beneficiaries. We try to work with governments directly to make payouts to them, and then they use their existing social benefit programs, for instance, then to make these payouts. So to come to your question, I don't think the major hurdle at this stage is an increase in the frequency and the intensity of the events. The challenges are much more mundane in terms of operationalizing.
Well, Eva, thank you for bringing us back to putting our feet on the ground, and that it's about innovating among people for governments to have the right policies, regulatory frameworks, to be able to supply more innovative insurance products, to be able to protect the unprotected. And indeed, I think this is a huge challenge that we're facing, but I'm very glad that we've started the conversation here today. Giriraj, if I could come back to you, you've had, from your experience with the International Water Management Institute, perhaps from ICIMOD in Nepal, can you describe to us one real-life success story of these kinds of bundled packages of both insurance and early warning systems and the disaster risk reduction that can actually help people both before a disaster and then in the aftermath of a disaster? Giriraj, are you there? Yes.
I'm here. Thank you, Ania, for this excellent intervention and facilitating this session. Specifically, if I speak of the example, country like Sri Lanka, we are working with partners like seed companies, weather data provider, which directly supports them in providing early warning services. Importantly, when we aggregate with seed companies, data service provider, and also the extension, that is where the key part of the engine, they directly work with the farmers in terms of what to manage and how to release minor irrigation scheduling, what pesticides to be managed. These are some small parts of your major engine where you need to really take care of these. Not just alone insurance will safeguard the entire crop losses. So we are advocating the importance of bundling climate solution, wherein seed inputs, management practices, bundling a parametric product is equally important to enhance resilience. A good example of a farmer calling us in a day where a couple of days the groundnut farmers doesn't receive rain, and they were a bit worried whether I should irrigate the water and get some diesel pumps, and he will be going to burn some cost by accessing those instruments. So we said that with the forecast and agronomic advisory, you might receive the rainfall after 48 hours. And he believed us, and he got the rain that was expected for the sufficient need for the groundnut farmers, and they were able to mitigate that the risk. So initially he called us and told, you are like God to us, you are able to help us when the rain is going to come. And that's a kind of a low cost adaptation solution that we are looking at in CGR. And we have bundled this as a low cost solution where different partners, both public and private sector, can work together, provide an unified, what we call is a breaking the silos of different public and private sector, providing a unified, holistic climate resilient solutions. So we do have similar such examples of index-based flood insurance, where we have seen how farmers can insure the crop field right before the flood season starts. And when the flood comes, and along with that, we do provide a flood tolerant seeds as well if the farmers prefer. And then when the damage happens, the farmers have received their payout in countries like Bangladesh in a mobile-based system, what Ivo was talking about. And now this is getting scaled out in Bangladesh, over 100,000 households. So we are really seeing a real socio-technological focus there in order to really looking at how technology can meet to the local community needs. I'll stop here. Happy to clarify any pertinent questions further to that.
Oh, thank you very much indeed, Giriraj. But now I want to bridge back to the discussion of not only the impact on the poorest people and the impact on agricultural sectors, but also the sorts of big numbers that Rod was talking about in terms of infrastructure damage, in terms of the industrial sectors that are affected, the manufacturing sector, and many other sectors. So, Rod, when you are looking at this overall global picture again, you have been talking about some very big numbers. Where do you see these socio-technical innovations coming that can actually help us to scale up the response and the resilience that we need for these increasing disaster scenarios?
Thanks, Anya. I picked up on two examples, I guess, from the panel today. The example there from Giriraj, I think, is a great example of shifting the thinking in terms of drought management from many years of planning to guarantee water storage to real-time or near real-time information, investing, as Giriraj said, in relatively low-cost digital systems that help people make better decisions in real-time or near real-time. I think it's a great example in terms of agriculture. That's one that plays out, for a single farmer or for an entire agricultural industry, I think. So I think the idea of actually managing better in real time through data can be translated and scaled right across the economy. And it's a great example. I think for developed economies and coming from Australia, as we speak, many towns in Central Australia are currently experiencing a flood. Because of the slow progress of the river, we had rains over the last 2 or 3 months. When I left a week ago, and there was a photograph actually in the presentation, the town of Forbes was experiencing a flood. We had floods, towns downstream that know in 8 or 10 days they'll be flooded again with the rainfall. We've had an incredible wet year due to climate change, and many what we call developed nation country regions in Australia have had incredible floods and incredible direct losses. So one of the mechanisms we're looking at, even for a developed nation, is rethinking how we apply insurance and how we move away from insuring the loss after the fact to moving forward to be able to implement that kind of risk mitigation, identification and response in shorter and in the real term. And that's some of the work that we've been doing with Swiss Re. And an example, I guess, I don't think I can speak about, but perhaps Ivo can speak better than me, is the concept of parametric insurance, but how that can be used to actually effectively finance and implement mitigation and reduction that supports an adaptive pathway, as I was explaining before. So there are paths to mitigate and manage risk through insurance and through early action and reduced investments like the one that Gerard just described. And I think insurance is a path to that. If you wouldn't mind commenting on the thinking that's contemporary around parametric insurance and the ability to actually respond much more quickly to mitigation of damage.
I'm happy to expand on this, and maybe I give you a few examples in the context of water management, how this can work. So the Giriraj may have talked about this, but the concept of parametric insurance is very different compared to traditional insurance. Traditional insurance is what we in our industry terms describe as indemnity insurance. So once damage has occurred, you have a loss adjuster which comes, for instance, to your home, assesses the damage, and then you get reimbursed. Now, if you have very big events, that can take a lot of time until you have the right people on the ground, do the assessment, and then you get the money that corresponds to your damage. With parametric insurance, we completely turn that around. You don't need a loss adjuster anymore. We make the payout contingent upon the measurement of a specific event. The measurement is done by a third party, can be rainfall, too little rainfall, too much rainfall, for instance, or the fact that you have flooded areas on the ground, which we capture through satellite imagery. Just to give you a few examples, for instance, Uruguay used to be, not anymore, but they used to be very much dependent on hydropower electricity. And in 2012, they suffered a major drought, which then led to a lack of electricity power generation. It actually turned their budget into a deficit of 500 million just because of this. They had to fire up thermal power generation. They had to buy electricity from other countries, which was much more expensive. So we helped jointly with the World Bank to structure a financial instrument which pays out based on the measurement of rainfall in the watershed that feeds into the hydropower dams. And if there is too little rainfall in the watershed, there is an immediate payout. We even tied that payout to the oil price because that's the alternative energy that they need to use for power generation. So that's how they made their budget more resilient, at least from a financial perspective. I think another example I want to bring in, also because it has a little bit of that aspect of trying to intervene early to ensure that a slow onset event is not turning into a big catastrophe for livelihoods. In Kenya, there are livestock farmers up in the north who depend on the livestock as their main productive assets. Now, obviously, if you have a drought, typically they don't find enough fodder, they don't have water anymore, and at some point, farmers are forced to sell their productive assets, which puts them in a very difficult situation, actually, and a poverty spiral. So, jointly with the World Bank and another institution, we designed an instrument that actually pays out based on satellite imagery of the greenness of the vegetation. So before the disaster actually occurs, payouts are made, by the way, directly through mobile money, wherever that is available, quite a big percentage in Kenya, by the way. So the farmers can buy fodder and water with that payout, and that helps them to avoid having to sell their productive assets. And that's how parametric insurance, this time through a satellite index, actually can help reduce risk and avoid the poverty trap.
Okay. Ivo, thank you very much for these two examples. Fantastic. The energy sector in Uruguay and then livestock farmers in Kenya, and how they can be helped by parametric insurance, which is an innovative product looking ahead at the climate disaster which is coming. And these are the sort of innovative capabilities that we now have to be able to protect people.
And
So
to make
please.
the point to not just avert the direct loss,
Yep.
but to be thinking and averting that economic damage that's ongoing. So lost productivity, lost economic opportunity. So I think it's a nice example of,
Yeah.
of that connection.
Fantastic. Thank you. Now I'd like to come back to Rahia for an example from Iraq, where you have perhaps some success story of an innovative approaches to farmers that are being hit by drought. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Anya. We actually, Iraqi has been suffering from the issue of drought for long term, and we try to find, as a Ministry of Agriculture, try to find a critical solution to solve this problem and to tackle the negative impact for, especially for nomadic people who are living in desert area. So specifically in Al-Anbar district, and we use the technology of water harvesting to catchment the rainfall. And this has been be very successful story during 2019 because it was rainy season. So we success to establish dams, small dams and pits to collect the rain and to beneficiary people, nomadic people and displaced people after the ISIS attacked. We try to resettlement people in this area by promoting their to plant their area, and we success in this area using the remote sensing and GIS technology to try to build this dam and collect the water and involve most of people from area to get involved in this project, and 30% of people were women to get women balance between sharing responsibility and to enhancing their livelihood and providing enhancing livelihood and providing job benefit for them, because they start from the sick rush and then they try to build themselves by themselves. And the other issue, government start to distribute the new technology of drip irrigation and sprinkler irrigation as free for farmers, and they give us 50% is free for farmer, and the rest they can it's like lion for farmers, and this increase the benefit for the farmer and encourage them very well to plant their lands, to participate, to create a new lifestyle for them. The other things that we think about and make success story is creating or a new variety of species which is resist to drought and salinity and harsh environment, like a kind of strategic crops like wheat and barley, and it's adapt to climate weather and increase the productivity of their land. And then they, when they sell their product, they found there is a huge benefit between the old variety of species and the new variety that we already submit them. This is kind of the success story Also,
Thank
we
you.
make a nursery for them to provide cucumber, organic cucumber for them, and to enhancing the lifestyle for them. And all this depends on the shortage of water and enhancing the economic and make balance between the environment issue and the socio-economic issue also. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakhia, for these really inspiring examples from Iraq. And you have been emphasizing also the technical aspects, the hardware that is needed to give people resilience, as well as the software of insurance that we were talking about earlier. If I was going to ask you now, I'm going to come around the panel for your last 1 minute closing thought to reach out to everyone here. And thank you so much to the audience. I'm sorry, we don't have time for questions. But if you would like to tell the audience one thing that you really believe this COP needs to be focusing on. Rakhia, may I start with you? What is the top of your head that we need to be talking about here with this group of people that is gathered here in Sharm el-Sheikh, please?
My message for all of us, it's we need the water for all in 2030. This is my message.
Love it, thank you. Water for all in 2030. And now, Rod, over to you.
I think from my perspective, the cost of inaction is great. And I think at COP we need to recognise that. And I'm going to borrow your words, actually, Anya. I think water is for adaptation what carbon is for mitigation. And when we recognise water at the level that we've discussed carbon, then we'll be doing enough potentially to respond to the mess that we've made.
Thank you so much. Let me go in order. So now I will call upon Giriraj. Giriraj, please, your 1 minute thought for the COP.
Yeah, so I would say, given these innovations have been presented today, the research and innovation should have a clear interconnectedness on the food, land, and water systems, which is still a very gray area to work together. And that will really solve the sustainable and climate resilient to make sure that the world becomes free from hunger and malnutrition, and where the technologies comes into the place.
Thank you so much, Giriraj. And now, Monirul, over to you for your closing thought, please.
Top of my mind is we should have developed a strategic long-term partnership and continue the commitment and the promise that we actually believe in, and also leverage the local-led solutions, embrace those, learning from the mistakes, be open, be agile, and utilizing best technology that is available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, Ivo, what would you like to tell the COP, please?
Well, I think I would like to make an offer that the insurance industry has capabilities that go way beyond taking risk on a private balance sheet. That's actually unimportant. We have risk analytics capabilities. There is a lot of new technology out there that allows to shift from what we currently have a completely, I think 98% of crisis financing is ex post after the event, which is very, very costly because it takes so much time. So the insurance industry has capabilities and technologies that it can provide support with and help, even if it is ultimately public money that's being spent on crisis financing. Is perfectly fine. We have a few principles, how to use pre-agreed rules of how to distribute money that can be leveraged to make crisis finance so much more effective. And I just want to offer our help as an industry.
Thank you so much for that closing statement. That is really very good to hear. And I think a very cheering note on which we can end. So in summary, water is the lifeblood of our planet. The global water cycle is now being disrupted more and more, and this is impacting huge numbers of people. And it's going to cause increasing amounts of economic damages, as you've heard. The numbers are enormous. That means the cost of inaction is huge. However, we have the tools, we have the innovations, we have the hardware, the new seeds, the drought resilient seeds, we have water harvesting, we have small dams, we have a host of gender sensitive interventions that can really help people on the ground with their livelihoods. But we also have these financial innovations, the packages, the bundled package of the early warning systems with the microfinancing, with the loan repayment rescheduling. And most importantly, because we now also have these prediction capabilities, we have the parametric insurance products coming in, which can enable payouts ahead of time. So people don't fall into debt as a result of the catastrophe, but can actually be helped ahead of time. So we are slowly and steadily building resilience and working together for all of these catastrophes and water-related disasters that we're going to be facing increasingly in the future. I hope that you will go away from this session with a sense of hope in your hearts, that we can do this with government's increased ambition to actually tackle these issues and to put some of these new socio-technical innovations in place, and that all of us are going to do our bit to help the poorest of the poor, to help the people who are uninsured, unprotected, that we can all ultimately have a safety net and that we can build resilience for this future reality, the water reality that we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just checking this is working. Hello, testing. Good afternoon, everybody. So welcome to COP27 Egypt Water Pavilion. Welcome to our next session. My name is Jeremy Doyle from SNV, Netherlands Development Organization. And I'm going to be the moderator today for this session. And we've got a very distinguished set of speakers for you on the topic of this session. And first of all, I'd really like to introduce them to you. So first of all, on the stage here, we have Mark Fletcher from Arup. And from the Secretariat of Environment Sustainability for the state of Rio de Janeiro, if you'd like to come onto the stage, Ms. Anna Asti. Online, we have Mrs. Sanika Niska of SNV Indonesia. Also online, Comfort Kanisio, and she's representing the African Ministers' Council on Water. And again, online, Mr. Rajiv Munikanami of SNV Zambia. And to wrap up, we're lucky today to also have Rizky Pandu Permana, who is also our country director actually from Indonesia. So our session today is rethinking the role of water in cities, strategies to reduce risk, improve livelihoods, and restore ecosystems. And just some quick thoughts to start the session. Climate change discussions often focus on water quantity. There's less focus on pollution, on waste, and water quality. So the impacts of climate change events that affect the quality of water in cities. There's a risk to ecosystems in terms of quantity and quality. And these impacts obviously have an effect on inequalities, vulnerability, environmental and human health, interlinked. And in this session, we'll focus on water resource management and the protection of cities with examples throughout the world. So without any further comment from me, I'd like to introduce Mark to present on sponge cities. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, if you could do. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we've got a bit of background noise, but I'm going to liven it up a little bit and share with you some experience we've got on sponge cities around the world. Oh, there we go. So I'm going to draw on some work we've been doing with the World Economic Forum on biodiverse cities, if you see what we're doing there. And also the work we've done on sponge city snapshot, building on what we've been doing in Shanghai. I'm going to explore working with nature, us getting in tune with natural processes in the way in which we develop our green infrastructure, adopting systems thinking and system of systems thinking. And I want us all to take away that climate positive is nature positive. Nature positive is climate positive. So the work we did with the World Economic Forum, we want to think about nature at a city scale. Think about an ecosystem and a water system in the context of other city systems. We used our work on biodiversity for a call to action at Davos in advance of COP27 here in Egypt, but also a call to action for COP15, the biodiversity COP in Montreal. Nature and climate are wholly connected from our perspective. Recognizing the challenges of a built environment, an evolved society, especially in the global north, where nature's not been at the heart of planning or decision making. It's almost an afterthought. But also thinking about governance across the water system. Who's got responsibility for what when that's flexed by shocks and stresses? Especially under these extremes of too much, too little, and pollution events. I believe a future which takes account of nature at the centre of its decision making will be bluer and greener. And it's interesting whenever you see future city plans, if you flick through them, it looks like a bluer and greener place than we've got at the moment, and that's not a coincidence. So we explored this in our drainage master plan of Shanghai, putting sponge city thinking into practice. So think of a sponge as soaking water up. So yes, it reduces the amount of runoff, so it absorbs stormwater, but in the process, it also cleans it. You also get massive natural capital and social capital benefits. But for Shanghai, this was a £43 billion grey infrastructure solution to deal with stormwater that, as a result of our assessment, reduced to a 26 billion blue, green and grey infrastructure solution with a strong focus on governance across the cycle. There we go. So we've taken the sponge city concept in China and applied it as a snapshot to cities around the world, analysing the typology of cities to help inform sponginess using machine learning, artificial intelligence techniques from our terrain tool. I just also want to highlight the fact that I've picked out Cairo, Lagos, Kigali and Durban. That'll be announced on Monday, but really important at the African COP that we're thinking about the sponginess of cities in Africa, where the urban population's going to triple to 1.5 billion by 2050. In many African cities, more than half the population live in informal communities. And between 2001 and 2018, there were 676 major floods causing $6.3 billion of damage. This gives a feel for how spongy or how able to absorb water from a storm a city is by looking at the proportion of green-blue infrastructure, green-blue space, thinking about the soil type and also looking at the runoff potential. It's sort of quick and dirty, but sometimes we need to do that to get a sense of what we're working with and what we've got to build with. But remember that 1 degree of warming in a city will increase the rainfall intensity by 10%. And when we talk about global warming, that's an on average warming. We've just had instances like in Lovett in Canada, where one particular town raised its highest ever temperature by 10 degrees. Some cities are already embracing nature, increasing their climate resilience in the future, increasing their biodiversity, and they're more blue and they're more green. Cities like Chicago and New York. So after a very brief trip from Davos to Auckland, from Shanghai to Mumbai, I thought it was probably important that I just left a little bit of time for some takeaways. For us, nature positive is climate positive. We all should be thinking about working more in tune with natural processes. Sponges soak up and attenuate stormwater, so it increases our flood resilience, but it also improves the quality of the water that's running off. Green space cools cities and cleans water. And remember, the big killer will be heat when we look at shocks that are going to cause fatalities. Whilst we embrace blue and green infrastructure, remember, we still will need residual grey infrastructure. Governance, we think, is a real key to unlock some of this across the water cycle. I'd applaud you all as you support COP27 here in Sharm el-Sheikh to support COP15 on biodiversity in Montreal in December this year. And I think we can easily increase green space, blue space, and sponginess to increase biodiversity and resilience. Think about green roofs, green facades, how we might look at regenerating brownfields. And that's probably enough from me for now. So thank you very much, and we'll go on to our next presenter. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mark. I mean, it's really useful, isn't it, to hear some of the analysis being done to see what the co-benefits are, what the impact is of doing this kind of, well, infrastructure analysis to see what the costs would be of doing it differently, and reflecting on that for other contexts too. We're now going to go to our online speakers from live from Africa in Zambia and in Indonesia. So if we could bring up our next speakers, please. We have Ms. Sanya Niska, SNV Indonesia, and Mrs. Comfort Kancio, and she's from the African Ministers' Council on Water. And they'll be talking about how to make water quality and urban sanitation a climate adaptation priority. So if you can hear us.
Yes, I can hear you,
Yes.
Jeremy.
Excellent. We can hear you too. Over to you.
Okay, thanks. Comfort? Okay, I can see and hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming into our session. My name is Sanya Niska from SNV, working and presenting from Indonesia. We also have Comfort Kancio here from the African Ministers' Council on Water. It is really an honor for us to share our actions on water quality and urban sanitation as a climate adaptation priority. We realize that water quality and urban sanitation are strongly related to climate adaptation. Why? First, because of booming population in developing cities has caused severe impact due to untreated waste on the people's health and the environment. Second point is about cities face elevated risk if water for different uses and ecosystem is no longer available at sufficient quality. And this can aggravate social inequalities and vulnerabilities. The last point is that climate hazards such as floods entail additional environmental and human health risk, including to destroy sanitation facilities, contaminate and threaten human right to water and sanitation. Therefore, we think it is relevant to look into water quality and urban sanitation to make our cities an area where people can live healthily. Our session will show us how the overarching policy framework at continental level can be created and then broken down to interventions at city and community level. Experience from SNV in Zambia and Tanzania will also provide example on operationalization of this African guidelines, which is followed by city and utility level strategic plan and guidelines development. We will also see further example from Indonesia of guidelines translation into community level activity in urban sanitation program implementation. For the first part of the presentation, Comfort will take over from here.
Thank you very much, Sanya. I hope you can hear me. Can you confirm if you can hear me loud and clear?
Yes,
so
we can hear you very clearly.
Loud and clear, yes.
Thank you very much. As already mentioned, my name is Comfort Kancio. I work for the African Ministers' Council on Water as the Policy Officer for Water, Sanitation and Hygiene. Can we move to the next slide, please? So the African Ministers' Council on Water was formed in 2002 in Abuja, Nigeria, and we serve as the working group on water and sanitation of the Specialized Technical Committee of the African Union. We work in the 55 African member states, and our focal ministries in those states are the ministries of water and sanitation. And what we do basically is to provide political leadership and policy direction on the use and management of both water and sanitation resources. And here to my right, you would see these are some of the continental commitments that guide our work, talking about the Sharm el-Sheikh commitments, the GO commitments, the Agenda 2063, the Africa Water Vision 2025. Next slide, please. So last year in 2021, AMCAR developed the African Sanitation Policy Guidelines. And the intention is to provide support for African member states to strengthen their sanitation policy enabling environment. As we all know, over 80% of the population in Africa rely on on-site sanitation facilities, but the regulation of these facilities are still insufficient. And this makes the ASPG timely at such a time as this. Why? Because the ASPG focuses on sewerage and non-sewerage sanitation facilities for urban and rural context, and also emphasizes the reason why construction of sanitation facilities should not just be focused on regulating on-site containment, but regulating the different components across the entire sanitation service chain. Next slide. So here, I'll just like to ask participants online and those in the room a very quick question. Have you ever wondered what happened in the back end after you click the flush button in your toilet? Now, there are lots of processes that go into place. If we must save our cities, if we must protect water sources, and if we must achieve safely managed sanitation and save our already depleting water resources, then we need to embrace safely managed sanitation. And this means from toilets all the way to treatment and reuse and disposal. And this includes the different sanitation workers, private sector, even the construction of infrastructure itself, to ensure that we achieve safely managed sanitation for all. So a lot of processes goes in the back end. Next slide. Now, there is good news because increasingly African countries have seen the need to regulate on-site sanitation systems. And we've seen this in Tanzania, for example, where ERURA has gone beyond the provision of their regular scope of managing sewerage networks to developing guidelines for on-site sanitation and fecal sludge management for water and sanitation authorities. And they formulated these guidelines, and this is informing how their operationalization and
Although I think we've lost your audio. Can you still hear us? Okay, we're not sure what's happened. Any alternative? If one of the other speakers online, oh, you're back?
Hello?
Yes, you're back. Thank you.
Can you not hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I turn off the video if that would help. Okay, next slide, please. Hello?
Yes, please go ahead where you can see the new slide.
Hello? Okay. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if you can hear me. I think there is interruption with the internet. But also just to mention that hello?
We can still hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. So in Zambia as well, stakeholders in collaboration with SNV has developed the urban on-site sanitation and fecal sludge management.
Yeah. Okay, I think we'll stop there and move on to the next presentation and come back if we think that we've got the connection back from this presentation. So thank you so much for your contributions so far, and useful to hear what's happening in Zambia to look at this issue in terms of the policy framework and so on.
Okay, Jeremy, I think we can go to Indonesia and then we get back later.
So we're going to move on now. So
Okay.
can I invite our speaker from Rio de Janeiro to come and take the podium?
But we are not finished. Sorry, Jeremy?
The
We still
audio
have
is
the
very
second part.
the audio here is very intermittent, and we'll come back to it if we can. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I will just do like this because I'm 1.5 meters. So like this, I can see all of you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about our project on our Blue Metropolis, Rio de Janeiro. Have anyone here have been in Brazil, in Rio? Okay, we have some. Great, wow, that's good to know. We have started last year our project, our program on water safety and security for climate ambition. Rio de Janeiro, the metropolis area, we have now 13 million people living there, but 100 years ago it was only 500,000 people. So you can imagine growing as fast as this, how our infrastructure, especially on water security and water safety, suffered. We have more than 700 favelas, low-income communities in the metropolitan area, especially in the city area, in the hills. So we have a lot of problems on sliding and flooding, silting. And this year, in January, we lost in one night 300 lives in a silting. So it's a really great problems for us, adaptation. For the next year, we will be invested $1 billion in adaptation only for water risk adaptation. And this year, we will invest in the summer $200 million for adaptation linked to the extreme events that we may suffer during summer. And summer is just starting there now. So we can move to the next slide. I can do it, yeah? Okay, so our plan, it's a plan for the next 20 years. And it's linked, it's a program, which one of the axes is planning. The second one is water supply. We have only one water source in Rio de Janeiro, and it's a river that is born in São Paulo. So it goes through 3 states to get to us. It's one of the problems that we have, but we have quantity, not quality. So environmental quality and nature-based solutions is another axe of our plan, our program, and water-related risks. So last year, we started the program, and we also succeed to go through concession of our sanitation system. It is the biggest concession ever done in Brazil. We were like 30 years late in sanitation in Rio. I'm talking about now we have less than 50% of our 13 million people with sanitation, basic sanitation. And within this concession, in the next 10 years, we will suppose it, I hope so, it will happen, to achieve 90% of sanitation. So this is linked to our federal law on water. And we collected through an auction process $5 billion within the concession. We will be reaching 10 million people with this process, and we will universalize basic sanitation and water access also. Water access now, it's 95%, and we'll be reaching in 10 years 99% of the metropolitan area. And this process, only this process of developing the sanitation area, it will develop 46,000 jobs in the metropolitan area of Rio. This is huge for us. And it's huge because one of our great problems is pollution, as it was presented in the last one. Pollution is now, we don't have rivers and our bays, they are not proper for swimming. And this is a great problem now, where we get water, where we access water to transform in water for people to consume. It's very polluted area, so this is a huge problem, and we invest a lot of money to clean the water. And so what we've been doing now is to recover sanitation will be able us to implement the blue economy in Rio de Janeiro, because without sanitation, with the pollution problem, we would never face a future to develop blue economy. And so if we are in this moment now and we have this concession for the next 35 years, we want to rethink in our plans how our metropolis will deal with water. So the first thing we will be doing in our Guanabara Bay, I don't know if you know Guanabara Bay, it's our main bay, it's the entrance of Rio de Janeiro, in the picture there. We will develop a belt around the whole bay, and this belt will be a drainage network of the dry water, sewage intakes. So in the next 5 years, we will have no sewage in the bay. And in the next 10 years, we will have the basic sanitation. So that's the idea about getting the bays and the rivers clean again. Basic sanitation will be universalized by 2033. And we are in the revitalization of the Guanabara Bay. We have 20 actions that will be developed in the next 10 days. This is nature-based solutions for a blue metropolis is one of the main focus of our program. We will develop, it's better for the social and economic and environmental perspective. We want to develop green jobs. This is very important for us. Sustainable growth, ecosystem protection and recovery. I'll talk about this in the next ones. And of course, it's essential for human health and food security. So why? Why we want to invest in nature-based solutions? First of all, we can depollute everything. We can invest in sanitation. We can get a lot on this. But if we don't have fresh water, people don't have what to drink. So we have to preserve fresh water. And to preserve fresh water, there is already technology for centuries, which are our forests. Our forest is the best technology we have to preserve. Thank you. To preserve our water cycle, capture the greenhouse gases, maintain local temperatures, and decrease evaporation, protect the headwaters for the preservation of springs to guarantee human water supply, groundwater recharge. This is so important for us. We have a lot of groundwater that we should be recharging, and protect rivers and silting and flooding, which is the adaptation part. So this is a map of Rio de Janeiro. Now we have 30% of the Mata Atlântica forest, our rainforest preserved in Rio. We have now more than 500 units of conservation in Rio, which is more or less 1.4 million hectares of protected areas in Rio. But last COP, we target an improvement for 2050, which is to achieve 1.7 million hectares of forest cover, which is more than 10% plus, which is 40% of forest cover. So we have a lot ahead of us. We have now a fund with $120 million to invest in restoration in the next 5 years, but to achieve 10% plus, which means 441,000 hectare plus, we need $5 billion. So we have 120 million, but we need $5 billion to be able to achieve what we want. In the past 10 years, we've developed the Mata Atlântica Rainforest Fund. So the fund is already there. It's a blended finance fund. It's a blended finance, it's okay, it's like this? No? It's a blended finance fund with private investment, and this is the fund where we will be using for our programs, which is Floresta da Manhã, which is Floresta da Manhã, Tomorrow's Forest. We have started, we have our manager of Tomorrow's Forest here, Telmo. He is the manager of the program. He's the one that has to do it by 2050. And yes, he is a forestry engineer. I have 1 more minute. And so, just to tell that part of this is also important for our mangroves. We have in Rio 18,000 hectares of mangroves, and we want to expand it because of the importance of our coastal resilience. The Atlantic Forest Connection Program is, we have already give money for 285 rural producers with IDB, is an IDB program that we invest in producers to maintain their forestal area. We have the satellite monitoring program that, due to this program, in the last 10 years, we had no deforestation in Rio de Janeiro. Also, environmental education with the youngest. We are working now with 6,000 young people that lives around these units of forests, these conservation areas in communities, low-income communities that are pressuring the forest areas. We are now developing a Blue Tech Hub with the University of State of Rio de Janeiro. The blue economy and the ocean economy is 44% of our GDP in Rio de Janeiro. We are talking about 10 million people that live from the ocean. Now the ocean generates more than 100,000 jobs in Rio, and we are going to start to invest in innovation with an accelerator called Bataí. So, how we finance the 5 billion we need? Just to finish really quick, we are starting a platform of sustainable assets with the support. We have an MOU with Nasdaq Technology and GEAP from Latin America to invest in sustainable assets, not only in Rio de Janeiro, to base it in Rio de Janeiro, but in all Latin America. Rio de Janeiro will be in this platform, which is a private platform, but we will be with our green assets, our carbon assets, our 1.4 million forests. And this is a platform that we work in different kinds of assets, not only the forest, but also circular economy, biodiversity, blue carbon. And this is a map of the natural resources we have in Latin America compared with the rest of the world. So that's it. Sorry, I spoke too much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Can you hear me? This microphone? It's on? Oh, it is on, but you need to be close. Thank you so much. Isn't it great to hear from a city that is really adopting this kind of approach to really think through carefully how we can maximize the benefits that come from nature-based solutions and integrating that into city planning and so on. So really great to hear that. Thank you. I'm wondering, we need to go back, if I can, and bring back the presentation that we were listening to on sorry for this. We'll get there. Apologies for the technology challenges today. Okay, do we have our speaker back online? Can you hear us? Comfort?
Yes, I can, Jeremy. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. We're a little short of time, but go ahead, please.
Great. So, yeah, just mentioning that from the African Sanitation Policy Guidelines and the need to focus on site sanitation facility, Tanzania, we've talked about Tanzania, and now Zambia as well, in collaboration with stakeholders and the SNB, have developed these guidelines, and that's the urban on-site sanitation and fecal sludge management document, and commercial utilities are adopting this to develop on-site sanitation plans. And we intend to proceed with this to support other African countries to show this example and also to adopt the African Sanitation Policy Guidelines. And we have different ways in which we are using to achieve those. Can we move to the next slide, please? So one way we are doing, several ways we are doing this, some of which are, one, leveraging partnerships. We're working with partners across in Africa and global community to support the utilization of the guidelines. We are also engaging with development partners to get more resources to support African member states to domesticate the guidelines and improve their sanitation policy environment. And I'm very happy also to announce that policy reforms using the African Sanitation Policy Guidelines are currently ongoing in 13 countries, and the bulk majority of these countries are talking about integrating climate change actions in their sanitation policies, which has not always been the case in the past. And we at AMCA, we are coordinating the efforts both at the state level and also coordinating the partners that are supporting to deliver the utilization of the ASPG. And together, we intend to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, target 6.2, using the ASPG and other relevant sector tools. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comfort, for sharing your experience in Africa. So now we will travel all the way to Southeast Asia, Indonesia, and see our action to translate policy and guidelines into activities at community level. When we started our urban sanitation program 4 years ago, we conducted a climate vulnerability and resilience research in 3 cities to understand the existing sanitation facilities and their vulnerabilities considering the climate dynamics in the area. From this research, as we can see in the picture, we learned the type of climate events and its implication to the sanitation facilities at household level, such as drought, not functioning, and overflowing toilet during flood, and also water unavailability and not functioning toilet during drought. We further identified how the community copes to these climate events, such as putting barrier to prevent water coming to the toilet during flood, and also saving water in the container during drought. We found very limited, almost no coping mechanism of fecal sludge containment at household level. These findings then informed our goal and activities to strengthen capacity of the local government and the community to understand the climate hazards into their sanitation facilities, and in the end, to assist them in mobilizing resources to access climate resilient services. After we conducted the CVR in 2018 and then the community coping mechanism study in 2019, we conducted a competition on containment design for flood-prone area. This is aligned with the identified gap at existing guideline and available facility options at the community. Last year, we conducted a Mason training on standardized septic tank, which was complemented with multi-stakeholders dialogue. In the dialogue, we again emphasized the national standard of containment, advocated for enforcement at community level, and then connected the trained masons into wider platform of city sanitation supply chain. And this year, we again conducted a mason training for septic tank construction, but we added some elements into it. So we included the flood-proof winning design from the competition to the construction activity. We also integrated construction activity with behavior change effort and engagement with microfinance institutions to offer the community an alternative financing to fund the construction activity. The last slide from our session is the lessons learned from our experience in multiple countries. The first one is evidence advocacy is essential to increase awareness on the link between water, sanitation, and climate change. Second one, also related to advocacy, is that gaining political commitment of national and also local government is key because it unlocks resources and enhances multi-stakeholders collaboration. Still on collaboration, a coordination platform is useful for knowledge exchange between different sectors like climate, health, water, and sanitation. Please. Yes, and needs assessment, tried and tested approach, which we implemented in several SNVs assisted countries, will support tailor-made intervention and increases uptake and political buy-in. At community level, we believe that seeing is believing. So it is important to showcase the technological options and connect the community to service provider. And we need to integrate also with behavior change effort and then alternative financing to help them access the climate resilient sanitation services. We end our presentation here, and we would like to invite you to be part of the launching of the call to action for acceleration in ensuring access to climate resilient sanitation services on the 17th of November. Good afternoon, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you so
Back
much.
to you, Jeremy.
Thank you so much. That's terrific to hear these examples of what's been happening. And obviously over a number of years, a lot has been going on. Let's get into some questions now. I'm going to go straight to Mark back here. We heard about how nature-based solutions, and it seems to me that, naturally you think that it's about flood management. Sponge cities is about absorbing water as if there is excess and so on. It works well with the grey infrastructure. How about in dry cities? Is there a similar benefit that comes when you implement nature-based solutions there?
I think there are. I think some of our speakers have talked about the recharge that comes from us soaking more water up into the ground, which I think is really important. What does spring to mind, though, is in Cape Town, when we had Day Zero, the work that the Nature Conservancy are now doing, removing non-native species that otherwise would have taken water out of the groundwater in the past, will make the city more resilient going forward. And it's not just urban resilience. Working with Rajendra Singh in Rajasthan, where he's looking at rural resilience, greening catchments to retain water from 1 or 2 events a year that they use to create sustainable agriculture. And it dramatically improves local water supply as well in terms of recharging groundwater. So a real strong role to play in too little water, not just too much.
And Anna, just very quickly, I wonder if you could tell us something about resources. You mentioned that you're going to need access to finance to invest in Rio to deliver these plans. What can you give us in terms of tips about how you've managed to bring resources behind the plan? How do you sell this kind of message to those who can really release, and what sort of mechanisms are there to fund nature-based solutions in cities?
Hello. Great. First, we have to work in regulation because we need to get security for the investors to be able to know that they will have the response in the investment that they are going to do. And also they need transparency and the monitoring process of reforestation or the type of investments that they are be doing. So we know that we cannot achieve only with public money. It's impossible. So we have to work on blended financing instruments. What we've been doing is that we've in this partnership with NASDAQ Technology is to bring technology on financing to Rio, from Rio, and to put as assets in the platform our green assets or our blue assets, if we think that also we can work on with the blue economy and water credits, biodiversity credits also. So in Rio, we will launch in the next month a public policy. It's a law that will be implemented, our environmental assets, sustainable assets policy in the States. And within this policy, we'll be able to work with these private platforms. And we also will be open also some how can I say, tax benefits for the citizens of Rio de Janeiro also, that they can invest in the private platform.
Excellent. Yeah, great. Okay, really useful to get those ideas and how we can be creative about bringing resources into cities to do this kind of thing. We're kind of out of time. I'd really like, feels like we're at the start of the conversation here, not the end of it. There's a lot more to say, a lot more to discuss, and of course we can take these discussions outside of this. We have a poll that we have conducted ahead of this session, and I would encourage you to go online, look at it, fill it in. If you look for SNV Water and Poll, you will find it on LinkedIn. SNV Water Poll, you'll find it there. We've got some very interesting results already. I'd like to share them with you now, but we're a little bit out of time. And before we finish, I'd like to ask Rizky from our country director of Indonesia to help us with some closing remarks. So over to you, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you, Jeremy. Yeah. First, I think I would like to thank all presenters. I mean, like Mark, Sania, Comfort, and also Anna for interesting and insightful presentations today. Can you hear me? Okay. So today's sessions show us the importance of the political will and strategic direction to steer the sector's development toward resilient cities. But the question is, how do we gain this political commitment? Yeah, can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. So how do we gain this political commitment? So based on your presentations, all of you, I mean, like, first, I think we must continue to build and consolidate the evidence and strengthen alignment on key issues through the collaborative publications. This will be the basis, yeah, for evidence-based advocacy to increase awareness, where we can link between WASH and also climate change and push integrating sanitations into the national adaptation plan. That's one of it. And then on top of the advocacy efforts, I think it is also important the government shall also develop the necessary policies and also guidelines. I mean, like we see how Africa already started with this ASPG, and then how your government in Rio has also already started it. I think that's really a good examples of it. And then at the city level, I think we see that all the approaches to improve water management and sanitation in city is there and it's known and we can be adopted. I mean, like we seen some initiative from China, you mentioned it, Mark, and also Brazil, Indonesia, Tanzania, Zambia. So let's praise them for managing such a huge efforts to improve water and sanitations, including the financial initiative. I think this is really I'm saying it's a difficult one. We're talking about the blended finance and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And I also want to refer to Mark segment. I mean, like I agree, nature positive is a climate positive. Yeah. And with so many benefits, and it's beyond the water sectors itself. So it's for the people who live there. So working in tune with natural processes by embracing a blue, the green, and also the residual gray infrastructures will lead to more resilience and biodiversity cities. And finally, I think we need also to remember that the close connection to the communities and also to the household level is very important. I mean, like in Indonesia, show some of the examples how that it can be done. For example, through the BCC strategies is one of the example. So for SNV, I mean, like we work climate change for us is a cross-cutting sector for all our sectors. I mean, like we integrate climate change in all of our interventions. And recently, a new Dutch funding, we also for a sustainable urban water cycle in Bangladesh specifically has just been available. So this will allow us to expand the proven urban sanitation initiative to more cities in the country. So I hope that this project and also all of our projects can contribute positively, yeah, to our joint efforts toward climate resilience cities globally. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Some wise words there, and that brings us to the close of this session. As I say, I hope this is the beginning of a lot more dialogue, a lot more conversations and sharing of learning and understanding about how to bring more attention to this sector and to plan and implement. But it only remains for me to thank the organizers of this session and all of our presenters today. Thank you so much. Let's thank them in the usual way.
Good day, everyone. Excellency ministers, and then all the esteemed the colleagues, and then the ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mohsen Hafiz. I'm the country representative for Pakistan and regional representative of Central Asia for International Water Management Institute. I will be the moderator for today's high-level session for the next 1 hour. On behalf of the organizing partners, United Nations Office for the Disaster Risk Reduction and International Water Management Institute, I am pleased to welcome you for this high-level session on reflections from the ground, opportunities for upscaling preparedness to future climate shocks and extreme events. In this particular session, we will aim to share recent experiences of Pakistan flood and heat wave, which have brought great devastation, flood in terms of food, land, and water system, and that has also impacted on human health and many of the livelihood of the people. When we are talking about Pakistan is one of the most climate vulnerable country, and it listed around 8 climate vulnerable countries. And so due to recent floods, that has been many lives have been lost, around 1700, and it has a huge impact on implications for water system, and resulting impacts on health is enormous. So in this session, we'll highlighting the challenge of managing the Indus River within the context of changing climate, and also hearing from the Excellency Minister on the Pakistan government of Pakistan priority to restore ecosystem and livelihood in the Indus River. In this session, we'll be also learning from Excellency Professor Hani Swelam about what's happening in Egypt, how Egypt is dealing really about the climate shocks, especially drought, and what are the practical steps for strengthening the collaboration, and how we could learn from part of Pakistan and part of the Egypt, and that could be applied in part of Pakistan, and leading towards the climate resilient infrastructure. And the third is basically we'll be also Julian Harness is here. We'll be also looking around that one based on a scientific evidence base, how we could learn around the different climate shocks and unpack the extreme events, flood, droughts, heat waves, and all sort of things. How we could better prepare ourselves for the future to deal with those kind of climate shocks. With this one, so I just let me introduce my extreme speakers for today's session. Excellency Madam Shirin Rahman, who is the Minister of Climate Change, representing Government of Pakistan. Excellency Professor Hani Swelam, Egyptian Minister of Water Sources and Irrigation, and Mr. Julian Harnis, who is the UN Resident Coordinator for Pakistan. Let's say we will start with the first video about the disasters in part of Pakistan that's produced by IWMI. Video, please. Yeah, no, with that. That will come second. In the context of Pakistan, climate change is a water change, but we also need to acknowledge that it is far more complex than floods and drought. IWMI will continue to provide support to the Pakistan authorities in providing scientific solutions and evidence-based support. For the whole world, this disaster is a major wake-up call on the need of climate defenses. Thank you. I will be requesting Excellency Ministers to please come on stage. That will be shown later on. So now the plan for today is I will be asking two round of questions to each of the esteemed panelists and the speaker. So the first round of questions is I will be starting with Madam Sherry Rahman. And then Madam Sherry, the first question is to you that in the most recent 2022 floods, the poorest population in Pakistan have suffered a lot. And then especially the Balochistan and Sindh provinces where there is more than 400% precipitation in 2022 if you're looking around the long-term 30 years average as compared to long-term 30-year average. And rural populations have not only lost the homes, but it's also their livelihood has been impacted. In March, April, May, we were talking about that the heat waves. Then June, July, August, we were talking about the floods. And that has impacted and livelihood of around more than 30 people have been affected by the flood and 1,700 people have died. We know that that many areas of Sindh province, which is a downstream of part of Sindh, Pakistan, that is still there is standing water, and then the farmers are not able to grow crops during the ongoing Rabi season. Considering your ground knowledge of the Sindh province, I am interested to know the extent of the damage hit by the flood and the government priority to minimize the future climate shocks impacting the Sindh province.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Institute of Water Management, International Institute of Water Management, Your Excellency Professor Hani and Resident Coordinator, United Nations for Pakistan, Julian Harnez. Thank you for joining us in thinking about water management and particularly asking about how we are surviving the flood and what we intend to do about it. I think that's exactly your question, right? So, the Great Flood has exceeded our knowledge and planning of all previous climate catastrophes, including the 2010 super flood. We've had a huge flood we thought broke all records in 2010 when the entire international community was seen in Pakistan assisting and coordinating and even doing the heavy lift on relief, rescue, then later rehabilitation and recovery operations. Right now, what we saw unfold on our part of the earth was something I don't think anybody in living memory has seen in the world. It was a triple flood, if you like, but mostly from the sky. We have never seen a monsoon turn into the kind of deluge it did. And it was relentless. It was actually 7 times more than the average in the province of Sindh, which you asked about, which remains transformed, I think, forever. Its topography has changed. It will not go back to being what it was, which is half the breadbasket of the country. And then torrential hill torrents from the north, because we have the largest glaciers in the world, largest number of glaciers outside the polar region. In the north, they burst the glacial lakes there burst their banks, or rather burst their ice. And then we had hill torrents and flash floods all combined to come down to the south along with these non-stop rains, which did not allow our helicopters to take off to rescue people, which is what happens in traditional flooding catastrophes. To rescue people, you need helicopters. So birds could not fly in this rain, whether mechanical or living. And it told us that we are in a new era of climate stress and extreme weather events where our technology has not caught up with the ways we need to save lives and the way accelerated climate change is bringing what the UN Secretary General called the worst carnage he has seen, climate carnage in his life. And believe me, he and UN OCHA have seen quite a lot. So 33 million affected. The number is almost the same as 3 European small-sized or medium-sized countries. And we have ourselves a situation where people are still in Sindh, which was 80% the most affected, living in shelters that are not their homes. They will not see their livelihoods come back to them for a long time, if at all. And they're quite clear that these 33 million, out of these 33 million affected, at least half are still in need. And what that means is that they're living away from homes. Winter is coming, and they will not be able to farm their land. It's transformed, as I said. A lot of it is still underwater, unable to drain because it's under sea level, and has not found, because this is not the traditional flooding of the Indus River, which comes in from the north. So it has not found the normal drainage channels that a river might be taking or we might be cutting through. But this time, if we cut through one side, the other side gets damaged. So the loss and the damage is huge. It's worth $30 billion just for this climate event. And $30 billion is a great deal of vulnerability to fix for one country alone in terms of numbers, in terms of lives, and very importantly, livelihoods, because that is the unpredictability and precariousness that we see in communities that have just been displaced for a very long time. And we also think that particularly in Sindh, the resilient rebuilding, the project of then looking at our old storm drains that don't work, looking at big drainage projects from like the LBOD, left bank outfall drain, and the right bank, all of these are now up for consortium funding that we really cannot finance at this point. There's that. And then there's asking people, look, you can't live near the old floodplain anymore. You can't live near this small rainwater reservoir. There were some dams that were built just for storing water, not like the big old dams that like Tarbela, Mangla, Sakhar Barrage, not like those. But these two became risks. The small dams, or rather reservoirs, that we had started building thinking, yes, water security is our biggest problem. There will be a water famine by 2025. So let's start at least doing this. And these small dams or small reservoirs, they were not terribly small, but they became risks for the communities living around them. They flooded, they overflowed, and they created new challenges and risks and literally shocks for the community, which had to run, and many lives were lost. As you heard, over 1,700 lives were lost. And while it was raining, nobody could rescue the people, even when we saw them on video. So it's been a very traumatic time. The helicopters just could not take off. They would just come right down again. And obviously our Navy has been operating inland with such scale that you wonder what the Pakistan Navy is doing inland of the country. It operates small boats otherwise, but this time they've had a lot to do just rescuing people. And I'd request permission to play a 3-minute video to show you the devastations that flooding could cause, simply because there are no words to describe what happens when this kind of climate fury is unleashed for unprepared communities, which is why we need to prepare, and we can talk about that after you get the video rolling. But I appreciate the condolences. Here it is. No, this is the Living Indus project, which is the adaptation project we were talking about. Are you playing this one? No, I wanted to play the flood. They wanted to ask about the flood. I would love to play that one too. They're all 2 minutes each. But it's very important to us that you see what we're going through. Could we have some volume? It's a very noisy COP environment. We need some volume, ma'am. Without volume, it's coming? Okay, not after the video, please. Full volume, please. Full.
I've seen many humanitarian disasters in the world, but I have never seen climate carnage on this scale. I have simply no words to describe what I've seen today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for sharing that the disaster impacts, and then the video is really heartbreaking, and then that's really saddened that how many human loss we have lost. Now, I would like to welcome to Honorable Minister of Environment from Western Australia, sir. Welcome. Okay, so moving on, this segment is I will be now moving to the next is the Julian Harness. Julian, we have witnessed that the climate shock in part of Pakistan, heat waves or the flood wave. We know that one from the IPC climate change report. Climate change is one of the major factors contributing towards this disaster. What are the other contributing factors in the context of Pakistan? And then as well as what should we do differently to avoid these future climate shocks or minimize their impact in part Pakistan?
Shukran jazilan. So good afternoon, assalamu alaikum, and great to be here. okay, you've got climate change, but there's two other factors, macro, which are leading to 33 million people affected, nearly 8 million people displaced. One, population growth. Population growth in Pakistan since independence until now has gone up by almost 8 times. And so we're now in a country with 220 million people, 90% of whom are entirely dependent upon the Indus Basin. And so where do you put those people? How do you feed them? Naturally, with so many people, it means a lot of people end up forced to live on marginal lands. It's not, they know that these areas will flood. It's not a surprise to them, but they don't have choices. So population growth puts huge pressure on society and on government to deal with the issues. And so when you have climate change, when you have heavy rains, flooding, hits the population growth, then you've got a tragedy. And that's what we saw this year. The second thing is we have the science, but we're not acting on it, right? Pakistan has some excellent laws. It's got some very good water policies in many different provinces. But we've got institutes like IWMI that are putting out excellent science. We've got research, right? But we're not bearing that in mind in our lives at all levels, government, society, individuals, in my own home, right? So where do we need to go into the future? We need to act on the science, right? We know what will happen if we do not change course, and we know what can be done to change course. Now, that's a message for Pakistan, but it's also a global message, right? Population growth on this planet combined with not acting on the science is taking us to a very dark place, and we could turn that around. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Julian, for highlighting that the need of evidence-based solution. In the context of Pakistan, we have so many policies: environment policy, water policy, climate change policy, food security policy. But policies are not, first thing is implemented. Second thing is policies are working in isolation. How we could make sure that these policies are really implemented at all level, at the federal level, at the provincial level, at the local level. Now, just moving to that, the Egyptian experience here. Excellency Professor Hanis Wilhelm, Egyptian, when we're talking about the climate, it's like a desert-like climate, but rainfall is between 20 millimeter and 200 millimeter in the context of Egypt. And I am aware of that when the Egyptian government is working on improving the early warning system to deal with the extreme weather events and prolonged drought, especially for agriculture production. Could you please share your experience in dealing with the extreme climate events and droughts that are very common threats to part of Pakistan? And secondly, is what are the practical steps for strengthening the collaboration, especially from learning the lesson from Egypt, and how those lessons could be transformed or applied in the context of Pakistan for developing a climate resilient infrastructure?
Okay. Good afternoon. Yes, I think we have a lot of similarities between Pakistan and Egypt, especially when it comes to drought. Flood, we have two types of flood. Flood in the Upper Nile and drought in the Upper Nile. That's fortunately, that's not really impacting us directly because the water is coming from the Upper Nile, from the Nile Basin countries, and then stored in High Aswan Dam or the upstream of High Aswan Dam. So the water is more or less under control by the big High Aswan Dam. But this does not mean that we are not suffering from the hydrological extremes, because in the case of drought or prolonged drought in the upstream, that's definitely is impacting the reservoir, and in turn, it impacts the Egyptian society. On the other hand, there are hydrological extremes happening within the Egyptian borders as as flash floods, in the form flash floods. Maybe later on I can show you also one video for to get the feeling how this flood looks like. But this is, of course, having the high Aswan Dam is enabling us to control the water all over the country. Coming to the water and the water productivity is other part of the question, that we do have a very closed system, closed loop system that I can just very simply describe. We have the water share from the River Nile, which is 55.5 billion cubic meter, and we're speaking about 104 million inhabitants. So the water share per capita is slightly above the 500 cubic meter per capita per year, which means you are far below the water poverty line. If the water poverty line, for the who don't know, it's 1,000 cubic meter per capita per year, and you have almost 500, which means you are missing 50% of the minimum water required for the country. How we deal with this? First, as you said, the water productivity of unit water, and this is actually is happening throughout the entire system, because the Egyptian system has the River Nile, and then you distribute the water to the farmers with different levels of canals till you reach the small tributary reaching the farm level, Merwa or Meska or whatever you call it. And then the farmer takes the water for irrigation, either in the new land with modern irrigation system, and this is one key word for increasing the productivity of each unit water, is to have modern irrigation system. And then whatever is not used by the plants goes to the underground drainage system, and the drainage system is collecting the water from under the ground to the drainage open channels, and then collect them to the water treatment plants, and then dispose them back in the system again. So the water is in a closed circle. Even the groundwater is used in other areas. So even using the Nile water for recharging the aquifer, because other farmers are dependent on groundwater. So this system ensures that you use each drop of water in a more efficient way. Even the drainage is used again, and it could be 2-3 times depending on the cycle, where and at which location. So this what makes the system very efficient in total. And then you ask yourself, how can you cover 50% of our needs in water? I can't say with this amount of water we are able to cover and reach the poverty line. Definitely not, because we are importing almost or more than 20 billion cubic meter in the form of virtual water. And the virtual water, we say this is the crops we have to import. We are the biggest importer of wheat on earth. That's why we are one of the countries that's impacted enormously by the war between Ukraine and Russia. That's impacting us. Even the war, we have nothing to do with the war. We have little to do with the climate change, but we are impacted from both of them. We are impacted from the climate change, and we are impacted from the Ukrainian and Russian war because of our food. The bread is coming from these countries, and we pay for it, of course, but now you have the trouble with the importing the wheat, because as I said, 20 billion cubic meter in the form of food we have to import. So this is the way how the Egyptian system is functioning. When it comes, add to that the climate change. The climate change also plays an important role from different directions. So we pay the invoice of the climate change more than one time. First, any hydrological extremes happening in the Nile Basin countries is impacting the water coming to Egypt, either flood or drought. Any sea level rise is happening in the north, in the Mediterranean Sea, is impacting the north coast, and it's impacting also our groundwater by the saltwater intrusion. So, and within the Egyptian borders, the climate change is impacting the farmers, impacting the crop water requirement is increasing, the industrial water is increasing, the household water is increasing. So all of these are complicating the system. But again, the efficiency of the system is, we are trying with this to have more resilient system to the climate change. But I stop here to give our colleague also the chance to comment on these challenges, because also they are having some challenges with the water.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Hani Suelam. Just want to mention few things, few facts. In Egypt, I'm just coming. Yeah, I'm just coming. In Egypt, definitely that the water productivity, you're exporting a lot for the importing a lot wheat and everything, but also the water productivity for wheat crop is 4 times higher than part of Pakistan. Now I will moving to the Honorable Minister from Australia, Western Environment. Please, sir, could you please share your insight on that one, especially in Australia where there's all those policies are really implemented there. What are your insights from that one? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and it's a great honour to be here from Western Australia. I represent a provincial state government in Australia, which is Western Australia, which is a very large landmass and is very arid and shares commonalities with Egypt in terms of the climate challenges we face. I think it's incredibly interesting, one of the comments about Pakistan, Minister, and I think in your video display, the comment was made that Pakistan is responsible for 1% of global emissions, about less than that? Less than that, okay. Well, Australia totally, on a national basis, is responsible for a small amount as well. It's about 1.5% of global emissions, so more than Pakistan. But the very key point I make about that is that the Australian population is about 27 million. So you have 27 million people creating more emissions than the population of Pakistan. So we have an obligation to be a global citizen in this area. We are a major emitter. And in Western Australia, we have had much experience of dealing with climate extremes. You've talked about the flooding issues in Pakistan. We have drought issues with climate change. Our rainfall in our southwest of our state, where our major capital city is located, has declined from the 1970s dramatically, and that has put pressure on our resiliency in terms of water. So in the 1970s, 70% of drinking water came from rain. Now it's only about 5% because rainfall has been declining over that time. We were the first Australian jurisdiction to build a desalination plant. We're about to build our third, and most of our drinking water comes from desal. So there are challenges there. But what I believe the opportunities are, and I think events like COP27 are very useful because it connects people who are dealing with similar challenges. And I was speaking to a group of Egyptian businessmen yesterday in Cairo who are working with Western Australian companies to transfer technology that applies that they can use. So Western Australia is a very isolated community. We have been facing these challenges for many, many, many decades. We already have an extreme climate scenario. The problem is it is just getting worse with climate change. And so the opportunities are there to share technology. When you are isolated, when you are remote, you become innovative. So there's the opportunity for transfer of technology in terms of water treatment, and I think there's application with Egypt, and there's already involvement on a business-to-business level. We also have much experience in terms of trying to revegetate our very arid community. And there's an interesting point the Honourable Minister made about wheat. So you are the biggest importer of wheat in the world. I think we are one of the biggest exporters, and that's not the nation, that is the state of Western Australia. We have an enormous wheat belt, and it has been challenged by that declining rainfall I spoke about. The interesting point, though, is that we have become very efficient. Our farmers have become very efficient in producing varieties of wheat that are resilient. So last year, we had a record harvest of 20 million tonnes of wheat, even in spite of climate change, in spite of declining rainfall. This year, there is another record harvest of 20 million tonnes. So again, there are enormous challenges, but with the sharing of technology and ideas, there are opportunities. And I think that's why I'm here, because I believe that we can help with our experience, and it's a two-way learning experience. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Minister, sir. Yes, that you're absolutely correct. There is a two-way of learning, but I will say there is three-way of learning. Having worked in Australia more than 15 years, so I'm aware of some of the challenge and how you overcome of some of the scientific challenge to boost the productivity of irrigated agriculture and rain-fed agriculture. And there is a learning from Australia to Egypt as well as to Pakistan and two-way around. Now let's move on the second level of the question. But before we going on that one, I will be requesting for a presentation, for a video, please, on the Living Indus initiative. Please. Now we'll please video. All right, let's move on. We will. Okay, if it is. All right. Okay, so it's. Yes. Thank you. So now, Madam, my question is: we have shown, we have seen that the video on the Living Indus River initiative, and I'm aware of the ministry strategy that the climate adaptation is a defense strategy to deal with the future climate shock in the Indus River. Could you please provide a brief overview of the Living River Indus initiative and top 3 or 4 interventions, which will be out of the 25 interventions? And also looking around, considering the time, I will be saying if you could, in 2 to 3 minutes, providing an overview about Living Indus River.
I'll pass. No, no, I'm just being difficult here because we're facing a very existential challenge at home, and the Living Indus is a great opportunity. It is an opportunity in the middle of egregious challenge. What it's doing is serving as an axis of adaptation, a river intervention recharge project, and this river cuts through the entire length of Pakistan, and as the UN representative said, 90% of Pakistan, in one way or the other, feeds, lives, and drinks off this river. So we have also the largest man-made irrigation system in the world, but it is under stress, like the river, from the exigencies and impacts of climate change, as well as our own anthropogenic activities such as pollution, degradation of the banks around it, building in the wrong places and settling in the wrong places. And of course, the high populations do act as multipliers to the crisis that is afflicting this living jugular vein, if you like, of the country. Now, we have created this project with the help of the United Nations in Pakistan across all the 4 provinces. It has the leadership and the buy-in of the entire federation, because water is fundamental to our future. It is our frontline need and climate challenge, because before the flood came, I want to respond to what the 2 ministers said about droughts. Half the country, the part, the south that is flooded right now of Sindh, was the river was bone dry. So we were already facing desertification and extreme salinity for years. And this great raging river, which 10, 15 years ago used to nourish an entire ecosystem down the river, and not to mention being the breadbasket of the country, it had become a very tragic trickle, a face of itself. So we were wondering what it is we can do, and then came the flood. So climate change is classic example: extreme flooding, extreme desertification, and droughts. One of the other or both together. And so if you're getting both, the thing you do have to do is manage your river, which becomes the great instrument of adaptation for communities, for the country, for floodwater management, for biodiversity management, for the wetlands regeneration, also for the marine species, the thousands that live off it, including the blind dolphin, which is unique to Pakistan and the Indus River. And of course, creating the nature-based solutions like the mangroves as buffers. We have one of the largest and most successful in the world regeneration program of mangroves. And I have a friend sitting here in the audience, Tariq Alexander, who works daily with the mangroves and makes is an aesthetic recorder of the growth and the nurturing he provides. So he'll be presenting at our pavilion tomorrow. I welcome you all to it. But here we have a multiple set of menus for intervention in regenerating this great river, so it's able to feed and nurture a huge population, and mostly not just manufacturing, but vulnerable communities, livestock based communities, farming communities, all live along the length of this river, whether it's in the north, where we have a very successful glacial lake outburst flood management program with one of the UN agencies. And those are community-based interventions where a high alert is posted through, a great deal of training. So it's a successful intervention, but in the south, we were unable to save the lives we wanted to, were desperate to, because we had no plan for this kind of from the sky flooding. So now the river is under extreme stress. It is posing a risk to Pakistan, as well as it's an existential nurturing lifeline. We have to manage it both infrastructurally as well as at its biodiversity and its ecology and the quality of its water. And before this flooding had happened, I remember, don't know if you remember, Julian, I made a video saying the water crisis is Pakistan's frontline climate emergency, asking people to conserve water, because, look, governing water is one thing, but also using water is one thing. These are behavior changes societies need to make, and we are one of the largest per capita users of water. We overuse our water in many communities and across the country. But having said that, now we have water everywhere, not a drop to drink. And there isn't enough clean water around, and this water is posing a hazard, the one that's standing there. It's not probably going away anytime soon, but the recharge of this river will help, and the flood management interventions are 15 in the 25 living menu that we've created. 15 of those interventions manage floods through groundwater recharge, through aquifer replenishment, through creating drainage and an architecture of natural culverts and drainages along that river. It could also feed the river to come alive again, to breathe again, and become the vital intersect at the conjoin of human security and climate change that we need to revive again. So this is a great project. I'm sorry to be pitching it here, but I need to be pitching this everywhere because it is what will make Pakistan live again. This is the one project that can do that. But before we do that, we need to ensure that that river does not die. And right now, between our human activity as well as climate change impacts, that's what's happening. Let's hope that we can use this COP as an opportunity to leverage some buy-in in that. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Madam Sherry, for really giving the insight of the Living Indus River initiative. I am a strong believer if that will be really implemented on the ground, that will be transformational journey for Pakistan in terms of better water management to deal with those kind of disasters. Now I will be moving on, looking also at the time where we need to close this session. But I will be going to Honorable Honorable Mr. Hani sir. Just based on the learning from part of Pakistan, Living Indus River initiative, and we talked also about the other activities, what's happening in dealing with the drought. One of the biggest achievement in Egypt, which Egypt has done, is developing the drainage system, which is a functional, and the drainage system is functional, and that's multiplying the water reuse couple of times, and that's boosting the water productivity. In Pakistan, we used to have a drainage system, but that's not functional anymore, and that's creating all kind of problem which we are dealing with. Any insight, any learnings, how the Egypt has kept that one, that the drainage system, and what could we do in terms of in Pakistan, where drainage is one of the major problem because the water is not being treated and not water used. Any learning from the reflection from Egypt that could be helpful for part of Pakistan?
Yeah, in our ministry, we do have an authority for drainage system. And here we are not speaking about sewage drainage. We are speaking specifically about agriculture drainage system. And that's the subsurface system that's installed under the lands of the farmers. And then it collects the water to the open channels and then takes it from the open channels to the treatment. And then it is dumped back again in the canals as I described before. And this system is working for many years in a very efficient way, because the most advantage here that you provide an optimum condition to the crops. Whatever excess water will receive, go to the root zone, it will infiltrate and go to the drainage system and then to be circulated. And also reduce the salinity in the ground. We have the Nile Delta, it's quite saline soil. And if you don't add enough water, because many people are pushing to go for modern irrigation or drip irrigation, I would say you have to be very careful when you move to a modern irrigation when it comes to salinity. Yes, in a modern irrigation systems, you still can go to a crop water requirement, leaching requirements, irrigation requirements, all of these you can calculate it, but you need a very well-educated farmer to do that. So if you have the farmer, if you have the farmer who's not well-trained to deal with modern irrigation systems, then you have to be careful when you move to modern irrigation, because as I said, when you give a little water, then the salt might be accumulating in the root zone and you reduce the productivity of the soil. That's why having a drainage system is a very good solution, or subsurface drainage system is a very good solution, especially in areas that's saline like the Nile Delta. So this is to that point. But also I would like to mention here, because we are in the COP, and I think I need to stress in this COP that this is a COP of implementation. And we are looking for projects to be implemented in our countries. We are looking for projects to be implemented in the Middle East and Africa. We heard a lot. We had enough blah, blah, blah. And I think now it is a time really to react. It is a time to act on the ground. It is a time to do something. I have a problem with any international global climate change agreement that does not include the word water. I mean, Paris Agreement does not include water, and that's a problem. That's really a problem for us. This has to be changing. Water should be at the heart of climate change. There is no adaptation without considering water. That's a key word. And this is for us, the water COP. So we need really to focus on water. We need implementation and we need action. We all understand that we have economic crisis and we have war, but as we discussed, when war is there, money comes out. But when the climate change is there and the poor people are suffering, money does not come out. Now it is a time in this COP that the money should come out for implementation for poor countries, not specifically Egypt, not only Egypt, but also all the African countries are having similar problems: drought, hunger, lack of food, water security, energy security, and you cannot even separate them. When we're talking about renewable energies, the Western countries, the industrial countries knew how to solve the energy problem. PV system prices have been reduced over 10 years, 90%. 90% the cost reduction of the PV systems in 10 years. Water desalination, water treatment has to be also following the same path. The cost of desalination and the cost of water treatment and the cost of drainage systems, the cost of modern irrigation has to be reduced by at least 90% in the coming 10 years, because we know how to do it. But you do it when you have the interest. If you don't have the interest, you just turn to the other side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, really. Thank you very much for really sharing about the insight, this need for the action, the implementation on the ground, and this the climate crisis is a water crisis, and that's where we need to work around how we could develop a solution. Looking at the time, as well as when we do, I will be now requesting for the next one is basically requesting Dr. Mark Smith, Director General of International Water Management Institute, for the closing remarks. Mark, over to you.
Thank you, Mohsin. First, thank you, Excellencies, for a really compelling panel discussion. And particularly, as you started off, Minister Rahman, painting a very vivid picture of the catastrophe that your country has suffered. And I was very moved by that, in part because here we are at COP, and this place and this process, this building we're sitting in, it feels so dislocated from the tragic realities that are out there and that we're here to deal with. And so we saw that on the screen. We had a glimmer of it on the screen, and I found that extremely sobering. You described that part of the impacts of the catastrophe is that Pakistan has been forced to shift into a new era. And technology has not caught up, leaving the question of how. How do you navigate that? How do we do this? You talked about resilient rebuilding. How? How do we do that? In the case of Egypt, we heard about the focus on drought and the gap, the 50% gap you talked about, the missing 50%, the missing 50% of water that are needed by the people, and the way that Egypt addresses that through water productivity, through, I would say, a culture around water productivity. So getting more from the water that you have, and including recycling and using that water for productive purposes several times over. So maximizing the efficiency per drop. But also recognizing that implicit in that are connections through to the world system, to the world economy, because you have to make up part of that gap in water through virtual water and food imports, and that creates a different set of vulnerabilities. So what do we do? What do we do? What are the lessons? How do we act on the science? How do we change course in the way that Pakistan has realized that it's on the threshold of? How do we change course? And part of that, as you outlined, is is sharing experiences and technologies and successful experiences. For example, from the pressures that the water system in Western Australia has been put through in the last couple of decades. And around that, using, I think as part of that cultural history that Egypt has around water, using these pressures to drive innovation. And a great example of the need for innovation, the drivers for innovation, is this Living Indus initiative. So reimagining the Indus as a climate resilient system. Can we really do that? It's a big challenge. So I'm left with the question of how. How do we translate such an imperative for the country of Pakistan, and it plays out in other places, of course. How do we translate that into, as you summarized, Minister? How do we translate that into ensuring that we focus on implementation and that we're mobilized for implementation? Part of that may be helped, may be catalyzed by making this, as you said, the COP of implementation, and putting water in the agreement, putting these kinds of challenges up front in the agreement. So IWMI, I'll speak for a very brief moment. For IWMI, we're committed as an institution to supporting the government of Pakistan, the government of Egypt, two locations where we have offices, in helping to meet these challenges. And I'm sure the water community that's assembled here is equally committed. But we have to work out, as we move into this mode of action, we're going to have to learn as we go, and we're going to have to work out and respond to that question of how as we go forward. And we'll need to do that in a very collaborative, cooperative, joint action sort of way. So I look forward to bringing us together and supporting that process as we go forward. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I would like to say thank you all the honorable ministers, and then Julian and the ministers, and then Mark for really, and then everyone for really participating. And then as Professor Hani Swellam, the honorable minister, mentioned that this is a water COP, and let's not talk only about the discussion, but how we could implement on the ground and how we could transform the water system. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Sarah Hazem Dekhail. I'm a research officer at the International Water Management Institute, and I'll be your moderator today in today's session. Data offers a new angle for development of practitioners in order to observe, analyze, and better use large-scale evidence in the resilience building process. Continuous advances are taking place in data science and in Earth observation technologies, and that's what we'll talk about today. Scientists are now working with communities and with policymakers in order to inform the decision-making process and to use our evidence and to use our data in the decision-making process. In order to do that, we have to highlight the latest advances in the science and knowledge, what we'll do today, in order to assess and mitigate the climate risks that are happening and could be happening in the future, and any water-related issues. Without further ado, I present to you Dr. Yusuf Brazain, the regional representative for the MENA region at the International Water Management Institute, who will talk to you today about the advances in data science to help prepare for climate change-related disasters and risks. Dr. Yusuf, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everyone. So yeah, today I will be taking you through climate risks. So basically drought. And we obviously know the linkages between climate, drought, and the water system. So basically I will capture parts of a project, one of our flagship projects that happened in the MENA region. And here you can see the dream team, the team who was behind the implementation of this project under the leadership of Rachel McDonald. So yeah, drought is a very complicated phenomenon from scientific perspective, since it is involving a lot of biophysical processes and phases and phases, and with obviously a lot of consequences from the social, economic, and even biodiversity perspective. Unfortunately, drought is expected to be more frequent, more intense in the MENA region, with a lot of impact, again, from social, economic, and biodiversity perspective. According to the World Bank, in addition to the other catastrophes, we have something like $1 billion as losses from the climate-related disasters. The MENA region is particularly sensitive and vulnerable for many reasons. We've got water scarcity in the region, and this region is relying a lot on agriculture, which is again a climate-sensitive activity, and also because of some gaps in terms of the institutional and technical preparedness to this kind of disasters. In this project called MENA Drought, that was implemented with the support of USAID, we've been based on the integrated drought management program that was developed by the World Meteorological Organization with the support of GWP. So within this program, the drought management is made through three components: monitoring and early warning system, vulnerability assessment and impact evaluation, and then preparedness, mitigation, response when drought happens. So, and these was the three components of this project that I will taking you to today. So regarding the first component, where I will be a little bit slow because it's relevant to today's session. And as I mentioned previously, drought is complicated because it is involving a lot of biophysical phases and mechanisms. We've got the precipitation, humidity, evapotranspiration, and land phases, and also the response of vegetation. So in this project, we developed an index called Drought Composite Index. Composite because we tried to capture most of the three phases, so atmospheric phases, land, and also water. And in this index, we've got the land surface temperature, soil moisture, vegetation health using NDVI, and also precipitation. So using this index, we think that we are trying to understand the different layers of drought within the region. And here we've got examples of the use of this index in Morocco. By the way, Morocco is going through the 4th dry year in a row, which is historic, similar to most of the MENA region. And we developed this index with the help of the local partners, basically the Ministry of Agriculture in Morocco, to develop this index adapted to their conditions, biophysical conditions, and also based on the data that they've got in Morocco. So using this index, we helped the governments of Morocco to understand the occurrence, the location, the geographical extent of drought. And they used one of the outputs of this solution to make it public. And you can see the window in the bottom of the screen. It's a free of charge solution output available for everyone in Morocco to use it. We had some chance, some luck in Morocco, since we had some decent amount of money, amount of data and also money to validate this solution in Morocco. So we validated this index in the season 2020-2021, and by the way, it was very dry season, which is very challenging to any index, and the specialists can understand that. So we challenged our index in a very dry year across different layers, climatic layers in Morocco, and we've got very good accuracy, and you can see 73% accuracy in the dry season and 97% in the wet season. We pushed a little bit the narrative in this case in Morocco, and by the way, this project has been implemented in 3 countries in the MENA region: Morocco, Jordan, and Lebanon. I will come to Jordan later on. So we pushed a little bit the narrative by capturing the regional mechanisms and processes happening in each region, especially that this country, Morocco, is a little bit long, and we've got different agroclimatic and climatic zones. So we challenged our model, which is an artificial intelligence model, to capture the regional mechanism, and also we used sophisticated climatic models from North America to use this index to make prediction. So now we are going to another step, which is predicting the occurrence of drought with similar occurrence and geographical distribution. And here we've got a comparison between the observed, the real drought data, and also compared to what we predicted using our composite drought index that we called enhanced ECDI, since we are using it for prediction with better data and improved artificial intelligence model. As concrete use of this tool, of this solution in Morocco, the government of Morocco is using this tool to help pastoral activity in the south of Morocco. You know, the pastoralists are used to take some kind of routes every year in the hunt of fresh vegetation, but because of climate change, the vegetation activity and health is changing. Also because of drought, the pastoralists have not any clue about what's going to happen in the near future, in the coming weeks. So using our enhanced composite drought index with a lead time of 4 months, the government of Morocco can help the pastoralists to adapt their routes depending on what might be happening in the future under the impact of drought. This is one of the examples, concrete uses of this solution. Quickly, I will go to Jordan. We did similar job in Jordan. And by the way, Jordan also is going through a very, very challenging hydrological and climatic year this year. And in 2021, 20 and 21, Jordan was passing through its second dry year in a row. And the government was looking for a science-based advice to direct helps and support to the vulnerable communities across Jordan. And they did use our solution based on the enhanced composite drought index to identify the locations where most need and support is needed. For example, in this example, we can see that the Tafila province was the most impacted province in the whole Jordan, and you can see that it was the first one to be showing the dryness compared to the other parts of Jordan. And the government of Jordan did help the communities in this province by providing water, fresh water, and also food and financial support based on this solution. So in addition to developing solutions, data-based solutions, we worked also on enabling the environment for this solution by reviewing the institutional settings in some countries, mainly Lebanon and Jordan, by helping this government to have a proper and operational crisis task force to manage the drought when it occurs. And here you've got official communication from the government of Jordan using our output, our solutions based on the enhanced composite drought index. So yeah, this were two examples from the use of data to develop solutions for adaptation, and also to make the water and also food systems more resilient to climate change. I will be very happy to take questions at the end of the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yusuf. Thanks to you, we've discovered the power of data science in order to face droughts in the MENA region. Up next, we're going to talk about coastal-related risks with Professor Mohammed Rami, the director of the National Water Research Center in Egypt. Dr. Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Does this sound okay? Okay. Actually, I'm trying right now to show you our last 2 years of work regarding building a DSS for determining the setback line for the Red Sea, so against climate change. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the area of Red Sea, actually, it's booming regarding population and also regarding industry, especially the tourist industry. For the last 3 years, actually, or less than that, the population is increased by the 26%. The hotel occupation is increased by 73%, which means that this area is very promising. It's a lot of companies, a lot of financing investments want to be there to buy land, to creating a resort area or creating industrial regarding mineral or regarding petroleum. Also, there is a lot of new cities, new universities have been built there, which means that the area there is going to be investment for next 10, 20 years. So what's going to be that against climate change? Okay, we test that. We can find that the sea level rise can increase according to the worst case scenario to reach to almost 1.6 meters. And for the low, for the this is in 2100, for 2050 can be reached to 37 centimeter. Also, if you're putting for this amount, also the high water level, which are going to be resulted from the tide, from the surge. This is going to be an increasing a high amount of water that can flood the area there. So what we want to develop a decision support system so they can capture all the areas there, making a signature of what we have right now, and also later we can decide it now and later we can decide it where is the setback line, so we can see this land we're going to be for investment, but it need some protection, or this area can be left for the sea to be there, and we're not going to build anything there. So we start to collect data regarding a projection for climate change, for precipitation, temperature for 2050, 2100, topographic data, land use and land cover, so we can decide where is the area we're going to be there for mosques, for factories, for residential, all this kind of information. Hydrological data regarding watersheds, we're going to be increasing the area there, how we're going to be increased regarding the storms, and also for environment regarding species there and coral reef. So we collecting first satellite images, high satellite images for the whole area for 2 years, 2013, 2015, to see how is the area developed there. We collecting ground data for, like, we dividing the area for Red Sea for 5 zones. Every zone we can reach to 400,000 points collected for digital aviation model and for bathymetry, so we can making topographic for the land and the sea. Also, this data have been collected and analyzed to get out the outliers, the special dependency, creating some sophisticated distribution model, so we can build digital aviation model with centimeter, because we cannot depend on the commercial one, which is the accuracy there is by meter, because as I mentioned before, the rise until 2050, the projection is 37 centimeter. So we want to see how much area are going to be flooded or flooded. Also, bathymeter have been developed for all area for at least 3 kilometers inside the sea. Projection for the temperature for 2050 and for 2100. Rainfall for 2050 and 2100 have been developed. Projection have been developed, so we can see where is the area going to be tolerable, and the area we're going to be having like a storm there, or going to be having a high temperatures that's not going to be affected by the animal and species and human life. Also, biodiversity have been collected for the whole area regarding, trees, species, marsh, reeds. Also, coral reef, all kind of types in the Red Sea, and because it's a lot, where we're going to be the dangerous area, where the area should be protected for the next 2050 and 2100. Watershed and this geological map is very important, because we know that when the sea level rise, we're going to be flushing, and this can cause a lot of harm regarding sediments there and the erosion there. It have been developed land use map with 14 categories regarding schools, church, mosque, and everything there. We're collecting all this in geo-based data, and we create a sophisticated multi-criteria evaluation model that can be working now and can be working later with different weights for each criteria to develop the setback lines. And actually, this geo-database, it's 1,286 map itself. Here is the results. Here is the inundation. You can see that's where is the area should be protected, because there is a tourist area there, or the area can be can be not developed later because of sea level rise. And as you can see, also there is some residential area need to be protected, and all this because of the climate change and sea level rise. Now, this is my last slides. It's actually, here is always the future. This decision support system is very essential for the government to decide where we're going to invest, what we're going to invest for, where is the risk there in the whole area, how we can develop some methodology, how can reduce the risk there. Also, there is a need for improving our observation system, so can decide if we are going to the plan or not regarding the area we're going to protect. Also, we are going to make the second phase for the Mediterranean Sea. Thank you. I'm waiting your questions by the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Mohammed Rami, for this rich presentation. Now we know how to inform decision-making using the data that we collect to protect the shoreline of the Red Sea. Up next, we have Dr. Yulia Vestavna, who is an isotope hydrologist at the International Atomic Energy Agency. She's going to talk to us about how nuclear and atomic technology can help inform policymaking. Dr. Yulia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I hear probably to reply question, what is International Atomic Energy is doing here? And I promise I have only one slide with formula. Normally decision making, if you are talking about water risk, we have two problems. We have too much water, but linked to flood. You can see the water and flood in Europe and Koblenz. Actually, it was very interesting. We had a conference on flooding on the Koblenz during the flooding, so we can observe the flooding and to discuss it. And we have another problem. We have too little water. This is what Yusuf mentioned. This is a drought condition. And now you can see the photo of my last trip in Djibouti. This is facing the longest drought period now. And it's one of the most harsh droughts. There is no rivers, no water, and people need to decide how they use the rest of aquifer there. So decision makers face now more problems, and they need to do it and to decide to make decisions very fast. It's urgent. What they need to do? They need to focus on monitoring. They need to focus on sustainable use of water resources. They need to focus on protection and mobilization of investment and financial resources. Another issue in many countries is transboundary cooperation. So we need to find agreement between different users. And we need to not only to find this agreement, we need to also strengthen the capacity, national capacity. We should produce the data. This is important for the country able to produce data. They should focus on innovation and governance. But we can manage only what we can measure, because if you have no information, if you don't have data, you actually cannot find the good decision. You cannot find the adaptation plan. You cannot find mitigation. And if you look at the science collecting data for past, for example, drilling of ice cores, you can see it's one of the last expedition of ours in the Alpine glacier, but is melting very fastly. It's scientists, they produce, also they're taking sediment scores. We produce data of present, what is happening now. But why we are doing? Because we would like to understand future. For us, it's interesting. What will happen in 5 years? What will happen in 10 years? And if for scientists, from past to future is very interesting direction with a lot of collection of the data, decision making normally stay in the area of present and future. Data collection and sharing for making the decision is much more complicated now, because we have a decrease of gouging stations. One, it's lack of financing. Another, some stations going to change the technologies. They're going to automatic stations, so we cannot collect all type of data. It's actually not only for developing countries, but also in a lot of remote area, because remote area is location of headwater catchment. There's the water come downstream. So headwater control floods and droughts condition. There is monitoring of transboundary waters is a very big issue, because countries have different monitoring campaign, different tools, different methods. And we need to find the way how the investments can be estimated efficiently. Data production and sharing. So we generated data, but how we can make the general one database for all users? This is another problem. How to access to the data? If everyone can access data, some countries generating data, they keep only for themselves. Some countries sharing with population, some not sharing population. If you will go through Stockholm on their bay, you directly can see the water quality. But in many countries, this information is not available, unfortunately. And why? Because there is a lack of common vision about how to use the data. But if we are talking about water risk management and disasters management, we need information very fast. We need to find out what is happening right now. And we need to search not only to conventional methods, we need to look at the new opportunities. And as I promised, I have only one slide with formula. This is isotope hydrology. Isotope hydrology can answer a lot of questions very fast. Let me to describe simply these complicated slides. I will take my glass of water. So you have glass of water, you put it outside and you dip in temperature and it's evaporating. When water evaporating, it's becoming heavy water. You heard about that. It's becoming heavy. Why? Because it's isotope hydrology here. Because light isotopes, they live in water, it is becoming heavy. So we are using this simple method in isotope hydrology to study the water cycle. And I will give you several examples how we support different countries to strengthen their national capacities using isotope hydrology. If you heard about Central American dry corridor in Honduras, for example, this is long-term drought area, but controlled by El Niño conditions. And country faced with the problem was they don't have water for all users. They don't have water for agriculture. They don't have water for drinking supply. So they need to share the rest of the water between different users. But how to understand how many water you have in your aquifer? You know, water has age. We all have age. I have my age, you have age. And water has age and origin. And if you know the age of water, we can manage it better. For example, you are using your aquifer and water 3 years old there. And you know, I'm pumping now, but in 3 years, it will be more water available. But if your water 100 years old, you need 100 years to replenish your aquifer. So it means what only after 100 years, what we put on your generation, new generation with issues. That is why isotope hydrology very helpful here to understand. And this simple understanding lets you to answer the question, should I use this aquifer now? Or maybe I should switch to the aquifer that has younger water and will be replenished. This is what's done in Honduras, where we understand where water recharge, when it recharges, and how many water used. So people can manage, do I supply now for drinking water and keep for agricultural later, or it's opposite way? So we are helping to manage water resources in better way. Another things, we enhancing country to produce own data. Very often there is one country coming, another country produce data, but it's not data what produced by the country. Very important is country produced own data, because it's impact also on decision-making processes. Another example, Mauritius, because we know if we have drought condition or if we have flood condition, we always facing with pollution also. How to understand what's the source of your pollution in your groundwater, in your surface water? It's very hard. If we are talking about nitrate, how to understand? Is it fertilizers or is it sewage? And isotope, but just taking one sample of water, we are looking inside of the molecule and tell, okay, this is nitrate contamination, but derived for the fertilizers. What type of fertilizers? Or it's nitrate contamination, but derived from the sewage. That is why it's helped us to develop mitigation and adaptation strategies, like we are doing in Mauritius. And again, we are enhancing national capacities by developing laboratories. So some conclusions and some messages. The first, we need to find a new way how to estimate investments in monitoring and prevention and data sharing to show us what it's efficient. Another, we now face the problem, we need data right now. And the most important, it's not only to use other data, but produce own data and practice to use this data. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Yulia. Dr. Yulia said a very important sentence. We can only manage what we can measure. And that's why we've emphasized today the importance to develop data acquisition and data science in order to predict the future and prepare for it and raise the capacity of everyone in order to use this science and access it and use it to prepare and become more climate resilient. Our final presentation is with Dr. Ajit Govind, who's a senior climatologist and data modeler and system modeler, at ICARDA. He's going to talk to us about how to accelerate digital solutions in the agriculture field. Dr. Rashid.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, all of you. So I'll be talking. The theme of this side event is on data and science, but I will be focusing more on how we could use this data and how we could transfer this data to stakeholders for climate adaptation and, if possible, mitigation. So my talk is on accelerating climate smartness in the MENA region with digitally augmented research for development actions with water as a fulcrum. So MENA region is one of the most vulnerable regions in the globally, because subtropical belt is where we see the dry areas. If you see all the deserts in the world, be it in the northern hemisphere or southern hemisphere, it is a subtropical region that we find it. And this region is already dry, but this region is also highly vulnerable to climate change and many other complexities like geopolitical issues, issues related to land degradation, conflicts, and haphazard urbanization. All these are very, very complex issues. And we try to come up with a regionally holistic climate adaptation solution back in 2020. And we consulted around 400 stakeholders across the region from 20 countries. And we came up with some action areas under what is called as the MENA 2-degree initiative. And what we found was that water is one of the critical elements of achieving climate smartness in the region, be it especially focusing on the ag sector. And the digital advisories and the digital augmentation is the pathway to accelerating climate smartness. And it is fundamental that we use digital technologies and think about pathways of accelerating climate smartness with water as a major theme. So the way in which we operate at ICARDA in terms of digital augmentation is conceptualized here. Of course, remote sensing or Earth observation is a tool that could observe and bring a lot of data sets in various domains like optical remote sensing, thermal remote sensing, microwave, hyperspectral, and it could give us information on a whole lot of process of the land surface and how climate is changing. That is in the present time frame. But what happens in the future? This is where our second axis is on climate analytics. We need to understand how climate is changing in the future under different scenarios. And we also need to know how to downscale climate because what we see at the global scale may be different from what is happening at the local. So we need to understand how to strategically and how to efficiently develop local scale climate products for operational use. So climate analytics is also an important component. Then we need to use this climate data and feed it into what we call as systems model to understand the dynamics of complex systems like agri-food systems or hydrological systems. So that is also a digital activity, and that's one major thing. Then we need to transfer this knowledge or transfer these science products to the stakeholders for operational use. This is where ICT for development activities come into picture, where we create delivery platforms. And we also need to develop strategies on how to scale these digital tools, because there's a lot of complex issues that are associated with how, even if we have fantastic applications or fantastic data products, it may not reach the end users. So we need to have a scaling strategy. We need to have enabling environments. The government and the high-level stakeholders should create policies. They should have public-private partnerships All these are needed to create an enabling environment. And definitely there should be a stakeholder engagement. We need to work with the demand of the stakeholders. What is really demanded by the farmers or other sectors? So we need to have a real engagement with the stakeholders to develop the data products and scale through applications. So we have all these digital augmentation pathways, and these are mainly operated to some of the projects like Excellence in Agronomy, where we coordinate for the Egypt case, then the regional initiative, CGR regional initiative. Then we have a flagship initiative on climate adaptation called Climber, which is operating in Morocco and Senegal in this continent. And then many other projects like water harvesting potential. And then we also work with the governments of the region like Iraq and Jordan to develop climate smart investment blueprints for multilateral banks like in financial institutions like World Bank and regional financial organizations. So some examples are shown here. Remote sensing is a fantastic tool where lots different types of data sets can be obtained. Some examples are shown here. One is the yield gap mapping of the Nile region, Nile basin. You know, Nile is the Nile. Egyptian agriculture is fundamentally irrigated agriculture. Irrigated agriculture means water in the Nile River, and mapping the yield gap as water as an implicit component of agri-food sustainability is a complex procedure, and that is shown here. Then we have regional mapping of various agro-ecosystems, rain-fed systems, then irrigated systems, agro-pastoral systems. Accurate mapping of this is very important because we need to have bespoke climate adaptation solutions. So we need to have a mapping of that. So another example is about Iraq wetland dynamics is shown there. I'm not going to the details. Another example is about the climate analytics. We need to know where the climate is changing, which aspect of climate is changing, how climate is changing, like the seasonal dynamics. So many things are involved in climate analytics, including the downscaling of climate. So that's another digital activity. Downscaling is shown here, how seasons are changing under different climate change. We see the summer season is broadening and the winter season is shortening. So some examples are shown here for Morocco. This is an example of how we engage with the national governments like Iraq to develop a climate policy for the country in the climate adaptation sector. This is an example of how climate data can be used to run process models to identify the best climate adaptation option. There could be n number of climate adaptation solutions. For example, changing the planting dates or changing the crop or changing irrigation management. But what is really critical for that specific context, we have to identify. So we need to engage with process-based modeling approaches to identify which is the most effective and the most relevant climate adaptation strategy. One example I would like to highlight is our engagement with the government of Egypt to transform the agriculture sector using digital augmentation. So in this context, we work with the government of Egypt to strengthen this extension system with digital augmentation. We develop smartphone applications which are both smartphone-based as well as web-based, targeting different types of levels of stakeholders. Maybe it's a policy level stakeholder or it's a smallholder farmer in the Nile Basin. So we have two tools. One is a web-based yield gap mapping with the upcoming issues. Of course, climate change is a big issue. Then the geopolitical issues like the Ukraine-Russia war, it has severely affected a country like Egypt in terms of food security and food imports, and which has affected food imports, etc. So the relevance of in enhancing water productivity and enhancing wheat yield is very, very critical for Egypt. And so for identifying location-specific hotspots, we have developed an application, again, for a smartphone-based application for the smallholder farmer. I'm not going to the details of this. So this is another important project CGIAR project which focus on climate adaptation. It is called Climber. We focus Climber in Morocco and Senegal in the African continent. It's a very interesting project or a CGR initiative where we try to influence systemic transformation of climate smartness by engaging with stakeholders and influencing the policies for identifying the best climate adaptation strategy for different countries. So it is a multi-level engagement where we work with different types of stakeholders, identify which are the most important areas of that we need to work with. For example, water is identified as a key component where climate adaptation can be quickly met, and of course, digital transformation is the quickest way to accelerate that process. Another example is the regional water harvesting. Water harvesting is an overlooked climate adaptation strategy. I'm not going to the details of that, but it involves a lot of data analysis and using the data available in different types of cloud resources like Google Earth Engine. I just want to conclude my talk with 5 main points. Climate adaptation in Minas Ag sector should have water as a fulcrum. Everything should be revolved around water. Digital augmentation is probably the only solution to accelerate and scale climate adaptation. This can be used to supplement existing things like extension activities, capacity development, policy framing, all can holistically transform agri-food system. Digital augmentation should have broad thematic diversities. It shouldn't focus only on water. It can also have bundled solutions like seed system, market, intelligence, so on and so forth. It is important to scale this with the right enabling environments, policies and finance, public-private partnership, etc., etc. Engagement with stakeholders is very, very critical. And it should involve stakeholder consultations, survey-based inputs, so that we can develop bespoke solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ajid, for showing us how remote sensing can be a fascinating tool that can help us in our climate resilience journey. Thank you for showing us also that CGR is working on several initiatives to help in the MENA region and in other regions as well, and help in adaptations. Now, we all know that this is an implementation COP. We've heard it over and over again, and today we've learned from the presentations that data can help in the implementation of adaptation actions, either through drought management, water fingerprinting, isotope hydrology, digital solutions for agriculture, and coastal risk management. Now, what I want to say is there are gaps in this data, whether in data acquisition or in data analysis. And from your point of view and from your opinion, what do you think is or are the gaps in data science in your respective field? Let me start with Dr. Yulia.
It works. No. So thank you very much. Thank you also everyone to participate in this event and panelists. About data gaps, it's not easy, but some tools, for example, artificial intelligence can be helpful to create some database additional what we need to model and to, it's not working.
This one, right?
To create additional database for modeling, to simulate. So this is one of the two. Of course, there is a monitoring, but we should not. We should actually promote the policy to orient towards the monitoring, to extend monitoring network. Because as I thought, we can manage only what we are measuring. We cannot do in blind conditions. So there is a two tools. One is we are using artificial intelligence to fill the data gaps if we need to model it, and another, of course, is extension of monitoring works. I'm very sorry. I need to go to another event. Antarctica is calling. The microphone is not working. So thank you so much.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Yulia.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Ajit, you can, the floor is yours.
I personally think that we have a lot of data. There is no dearth of data, especially in terms of there is data from Earth observation, remote sensing as a whole. We have climate data. We need to, what we need to do is to make use of that data efficiently. There is, we have to strengthen our infrastructure of data analysis in various organizations. Our curricula should also enhance techniques and skill sets to analyze the data sets. So I think we are now, there is a plethora of data, and we have to make use of the data. I think that we can continue observations, existing observations, field-based observations. That is very important to have. One best example is the observation that was done by Charles Keeling in Hawaii. He, without funding, he kept observing CO2 concentrations, and that led to the fact that climate is indeed changing and CO2 is changing. During that time, many people were criticizing why, without funding, that he was keeping observations of CO2 concentration in Hawaii. So I think we have to continue observations that we are having, but we are there is no dearth of data. We just need to have skill set and the infrastructure for data analysis. Yeah.
Yeah, so focus on data analysis. Dr. Mohammed Romi.
Actually, I disagree with my friend here. Maybe this is valid only, but not for Africa. I'll give you an example. Now, we're having in Red Sea only 2 stations for measuring the sea level rise. We cannot measure this with satellite images because it's millimeter every day, and we need 100 of them in every kilometers, or not every kilometer, in every country on the Red Sea and in the Mediterranean. As the same as for the WMO, the stations for climate change, for measuring the meteorological data in Ethiopia, the whole country is only 21, and they're having a lot of gaps, not only in Ethiopia, in Niger, in Mauritania. All these places, they're having a lot of stations that's not working on continuous basis, or need to improve, or need to increase. So I really emphasize, like a lot I said last time in last meeting, in Africa, we need a lot of investments for measuring meteorological data, climate change, sea level rise, all kinds of species, even for environment impact, all these kind of things. We need a lot. If I have my slides from the last presentation, I can show you how much is the station in Africa alone, and how much stations in United States or Europe, or even in the East Asia. It's like it's nothing there. So actually, I'm encouraging all the country, encouraging the all organization to improve measuring data for climate change in Africa. Thank you.
Dr. Ajit, you want to reply?
I just want to clarify that I didn't mention not to have observation. I mentioned that observation has to continue, and more observation should be there, in situ observation. But I meant data for data analytics work is there, but we don't have observational data enough. And I totally agree with Dr. Rami that we need to have in situ observation. This is fundamental, for sure. Yeah.
Dr. Yusuf?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Interesting question, by the way. And I thank the colleagues for the clarification and this interesting debate. Yeah, if you want my personal view, I think I will probably focus on the MENA region, the region where we are operating currently. Yeah, the gaps are probably in the 2 or 3 components. The data itself, I mean, data acquisition and management. We've got some gaps in terms of system, of data governance system, and also within the human capital. Yeah, within the data, I think the colleagues have already covered this gap in terms of lack of observation networks, and also in terms of remote sensing. I do agree with you. We've got really decent quantity or amount of data covering most of our region, but there are some regions that are absent. and we all suffer from this problem where we are working on modeling or forecast, etc. So yeah, regarding the data, we do have some decent amount, but we still have a gap. So definitely observation networks, gauging stations of the whole hydrological parameters is required. Regarding the system, I mean, yes, acquiring data is not sufficient. So we definitely need techniques and capabilities of the management, storage, and also the handling and quality check, quality assessment, because we do have some quality with some data, sorry, with the poor quality, and definitely quality assessments is needed there. And then we have the human capital. In the region, I think we still need more effort in terms of capacity building, training of the technicians and also our public administrations in making most best use of the data that we've got currently. Thank you.
Yeah, so in the MENA region, we need to focus more on both data acquisition and data analysis. So I want to open the floor for everyone. Whoever has a question, please raise their hands and I'll bring the mic to them.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, speakers and panelists, for the good information that you've given us today. My name is Ayan Harare, and I'm coming from Somalia. In Somalia, as you know, as part of Africa, we are really having many challenges coming up with the data that we can use to access funding. And you know, in climate financing, it's very difficult to access the fund if you don't have sufficiently and enough data. We also do not have these great organizations that have presented this beautiful information and data in Somalia. So my question is, how can we kind of scale up and make organizations kind of go and accelerate such data projects in countries like Somalia? Thank you so much.
I can take another question. Anyone? Okay. Okay, Dr. Mohammed, would you like to reply to that?
Well, I don't have an answer for this question. Actually, I'm joining here. I want also to know how we are going to make this organization to fund some observation points. So, if you know the answer, please let me know. I can give you my email.
Thank you, Doctor. And I thank you for your good question. Actually, yes, it's the problem of many parts of the world, not only Somalia, but most of Africa and even Asia, Latin America, etc. Now, I think for me, the part of the answer is already mentioned in our comments on how to fill the gap in terms of data in our regions. My colleague has showcased the power of remote sensing, for example, and I do believe definitely Somalia is covered by many climatic models, many satellite monitoring programs that can be definitely used to build a minimum of evidence that we can build on for potential funding, potential hunt for projects and development projects. The second thing that we at IWMI, International Water Management Institute, we are working on currently, especially here in Egypt, we are helping our colleagues from the Ministry of Water, Ministry of Agriculture. We are trying to help the local government in modernizing the irrigation in the Delta, in one of the glorious irrigation areas in all Africa, actually. And the originality in this project, we are trying to looking for a low-cost solutions. And we did a preliminary assessment of the available low-cost technology that can help to monitor basic physical or chemical parameters of soil, water, that can help us scientists to make advice to the farmers or also to the extension service, etc. And believe me, there are some good options, and I'm sure that you can definitely innovate similar things, and we can share our expertise also with you to be inspired from. Definitely. Thank you.
Yeah, regarding the funding, as far as I know, every country can apply for what is called as a GEF fund, GEF funds. So there, you may be able to, if climate adaptation strategy is not there for Somalia as a whole, some of the organizations or ministerial level organizations can approach the Green Climate Fund, for example, in terms of climate adaptation, and there is the adaptation fund by UNEP, and so another important thing I would like to highlight is to put some emphasis on partnerships, because if your organization is volunteering to be a partner, then probably other organizations can join you and develop bigger projects. So I think what is lacking maybe in Horn of Africa, CGIAR is working in the Horn of Africa, especially our International Livestock Research Institute. We have an active project in the Horn of Africa covering Somalia, Djibouti, and Ethiopia, mostly in the ruminant sector, small ruminant sector. So I think partnerships and targeting the global GEF funds and things like that can help. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for all the panelists.
Sarah, can I say just one more thing? Yeah, one more thing. Yeah, my colleague I mentioned really interesting and amazing opportunity. I can mention two others that probably are of, let's say, smaller scale. There are some programs called EU Earth Observation Africa that is given a kind of seed money for projects centered on data acquisition, data management, etc. Yes, focusing on remote sensing, obviously. And in the COP currently, I think in the first day, we all were actually amazed by the news of the big support from the Dutch to the Africa Acceleration Program that is hosted by the African Development Bank. And again, it's another opportunity for potential development projects, including in Somalia. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. And this is an African COP. This is the first African COP. And it's your opportunity to shed the light on such issues and bring it to the stage and show everyone where the gaps are and how to help, how they can help, and where to direct our investment and our efforts as well. So thank you for doing that here. Any more questions from the audience to our panelists? Well, there are no further questions. Today we've learned about data science and how managing water and climate risks is possible through it. But we have certain gaps that we can work on in certain areas, such as data acquisition, information observations, and data governance. But we've seen advances in remote sensing, nuclear tech, and modeling, and we've seen how they're helping, for example, through understanding water and climate systems and informing policies, decision-making, and implementation of actions on the ground. We've seen examples from Morocco, from Jordan, from Iraq, from Egypt, from Senegal, from Honduras, from all around the world, really. And this gives us hope that we can use science to mitigate and to adapt and to face the upcoming climate change and climate change risks and disasters. Thank you everyone for joining us today. It's been a great session due to your existence. Thank you.
Yes, please. So we can have some gender balance. Shall we start, John? Hmm? Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you please take your seats so we can start? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming and for your interest to attend this session, Moving Back from the Edge, Transformational Interventions in Highly Vulnerable and Fragile Area to Address Water Stress. First of all, let me welcome our panelists. We have here today a group of leadership, inspiring leadership to discuss such an important matter. And also we have our guest speaker, Ambassador Naveen Al-Husseini from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, to give us the opening remarks. I would like to start by welcome Ambassador Caroline Damas. Ambassador Caroline Damas is Director General, Special Envoy for Migration and Climate Action, International Organization for Migration. Hello, Ambassador Caroline. I also would like to welcome Ms. Sophie Lawrence, Senior Climate Adaptation Advisor, Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of United Kingdom. Please allow me also to welcome Ms. Lisa Schipper. Lisa is an IPCC author and world-leading expert on adaptation. Excuse my pronunciation, second name is hard for me. Also, please let me welcome Mr. Tom Mitchell. Tom is the Executive Director at the Institute of Environment and Development. And finally, I'd like to welcome Mr. Henk, Special Envoy, International Water Affairs, UN 2023 Water Conference, Netherlands. Welcome to the session, and we're looking forward to hear from you. Please allow me to start by giving the platform for Ambassador Naveen to give her opening remarks.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished participants. Thank you so much for being here with us today in this very important panel. I'm really glad and honored to open it. It's quite an important topic that touches upon several aspects, as it shows from the composition of the panel. It touches on the impact of water scarcity on mobility and displacement, to resilience of communities, and it's very important to look at innovative ways to cope with the water shortage and scarcity. We'll be discussing in this panel transformational interventions that reduce vulnerability in water-stressed areas. The event is based on the findings of a report from the Center of Excellence for Climate and Disaster Resilience. It calls for interventions such as cash directly to the most vulnerable ahead of climate disasters, early warning and early action, restoring livable environments by working with rather than against nature. We know from experience that for us to make a difference in water-stressed contexts, we need to be locally led, prioritize social justice, and integrate our finance and action at a greater scale. We must act now where the most vulnerable are to help move them back from the edge before it is too late. I hope this session is both challenging and inspiring. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador Naveen. Actually, John asked me for a very challenging thing, which is at the end of the day to ensure that it's interactive and challenging discussions. and ensure all the interaction are succinct and to the point. It's been a long day for us, so I think that succinct will happen, but I don't know about how it will be, how much it will be interactive, and it will be great for all of you as well to interact with our distinguished panelists. So let me start by Ms. Lisa and ask her, why do you think it's important to address the drivers of vulnerability? Are we actually targeting the most vulnerable with climate adaptation?
Okay, thank you for that question. I think that's a critical question because a lot of adaptation measures are actually only looking at sort of the surface and not really going into addressing these drivers of vulnerability. So what we have instead is looking at situations where we see that climate change is affecting people and that their impacts, but these impacts are actually a consequence of the existing contexts, which is what vulnerability is. It's sort of the way in which power is or isn't distributed, the way in which people may be marginalized, gender relations, and so on. And so, but those things are difficult to address. So most adaptation projects don't actually touch on those issues, and they're not able to actually transform those issues sufficiently so that we have sustainable adaptation. As a result, many of adaptation projects, and we see this very clearly in the IPCC Working Group 2 report, it comes out how much of adaptation isn't actually able to address risk, and it is also not addressing vulnerability, and consequently leading to maladaptation, where people are made more vulnerable instead of less vulnerable. So absolutely, vulnerability is the key thing, but because it's difficult and sometimes controversial, it tends to get left off projects.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lisa. And actually, this brings me to the next question, which is about where are the most vulnerable? And I'd like to address this to Ambassador Caroline, working with IOM. And I think that when we talk about vulnerability, we have to put into consideration the groups of migrants. So from your point of view, where are the most vulnerable? A fragile and highly climate vulnerable shift?
Thank you, Rania. Good afternoon or good evening to all. Most vulnerable, well, in terms of water, half of the world actually is well, susceptible, I would say, to have or to experience severe water scarcity. So at least for 1 month a year. So this is half of the world. Then we have 700 million who could be displaced, 700 million people who could be displaced because of water scarcity by 2030, according to the data we have. It is huge, of course. In terms of geographical, maybe zoning, if I can say, Africa is the continent which is, of course, the worst hit by water scarcity. But we have as well the MENA region, North Africa and the Middle East, inside maybe of Africa. In Africa, you have, well, at least for speaking of North Africa, which is in the continent, but scarcity affects 1 out of 3 persons. So just a few figures. And I would, if I may, to address the first question, I would add that it's really important to reduce vulnerability, just to help these communities to increase their resilience. And to reduce vulnerability, we have to understand the drivers. So we need data, we need research to understand better the drivers. We need a wider context, political, social, economic, before starting, of course, that combination of adaptation, disaster risk reduction that we need.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Caroline. And actually, this reminds me of a conversation we had this morning, that when we discuss water scarcity, it's only one of intensified different crisis regions like MENA and Africa are suffering from. So I think it's very important to put all that into consideration, that water scarcity is only one of different crises different countries are suffering from. And this brings me to shift back from the edge. And I would like to ask Mr. Tom, why rather than normal cost-benefit ratios of investing in preparedness, risk reduction is worse in response? There's a critical window to act before millions go over the edge and require more and more humanitarian assistance, so giving increasing climate shocks and stresses. So please, if you can give us your views.
So I think it's been well proven over many years, many studies, that of course it makes more sense to invest before a disaster happens rather than after it. And of course, there's a human suffering dimension as well you help to avert. The problem that we've got at the moment is that the amount of resources, financial resources flowing through our multilateral system that actually reach the ground in the places and the hotspots that are most needed is minimal. Our multilateral system is not enabling that resource flow to those who need it most, the most vulnerable. And then when it gets there, as Lisa said earlier, it often actually ends up making things worse. We projectize things. We make sure that there are milestones set ahead of time. We make sure that there's reporting requirements and burdens and so on. This simply isn't a system that can work. So on the one side, we've got really good economics that say really get in front of this problem, take people back from the edge. And on the other side, we've designed a system to get resources in that really, frankly, isn't fit for purpose. So we've got choices to make. We've got a human survival issue here. And yet we're tinkering around with accountability frameworks that we know don't work because we've got a bunch of control freaks worried about taxpayer incentives and political concerns. So we've really got to ask ourselves, look ourselves in the eye and say, what are we doing here? And I think we know the answers.
Thank you so much. This is very courageous and to the point answer. And actually, I think COP27, let's get the best out of it to ensure that we address such an important matters and really address it in a courageous way to allow us to tackle it. Today, Center of Excellence report will be released. And actually, it has three transformational intervention that actually touch base on the needs and the cash as well. First, transformation on the cash, wherever possible, to the most vulnerable. Early warning that enables early action, and we all been talking about the early warning for all initiatives that has been launched on the 7th of November, as well as ensuring livable environment and infrastructure. Saying that, it would be really good to hear cash whenever is possible. We have seen cash used in a lot in humanitarian context. But some say it's not common to be used in climate or water stress context. Some people say it's a government responsibility, and some people does not link the implication of climate stressors and water scarcity on displacement and others, and link it to cash program. Where have we seen example of cash going to the most vulnerable? It will be great if please any of our distinguished panelists who would like to have the floor and respond to that. No stress.
Hello, is that working?
Yes.
Hi. Thanks very much. I thought I'd share an example from one of FCDO's programs, which looks at climate resilience within an agricultural social protection scheme. So it's not a humanitarian scheme as such, it's more about building the resilience of farmers in India to climate risks. What we've seen in that program is that actually by accounting for climate risks within the design of what we would consider normally a non-climate focused social protection program, we can actually build resilience to those events by 2 or 3 times. So a small investment in integrating that climate analysis and the implementation of climate sensitive solutions actually has a huge difference. And this is happening at huge scale. The program is over $8 billion a year. We certainly are seeing an example there of a program already operating at scale. So we talk a lot about pilots and how do we scale these up, but there are examples of where this is already happening. So can we take this and translate it into different contexts? Thanks.
Thank you so much. Actually, it will be great if any of our panelists would like to add to this.
Yeah, can I make an addition to this? Because I know the scheme that Sophie's referring to. And I think what the beauty of that scheme is that there is a conditional cash transfer component that is related to labour. So it's a labour guarantee scheme, and that the labour is being used for restoration of landscapes, including of water networks, traditional watersheds, and so on, which actually gives you more of a virtuous circle. You get improved watershed management, improved access to water, greater biodiversity, improved soil organic carbon, and so you're seeing a resilience benefit, a well-being benefit, and a carbon benefit, biodiversity benefit wrapped together. So I think it shows the power of schemes like that. The problem that we've got at the moment is that these are not universal by any means. There are in certain countries that have got the infrastructure. We need to find a way to build them because, as Sophie said, the additional value, the additional payment that you can make but create a very big effect is really good value for money. And I think linking this to loss and damage mechanisms and linking it to adaptation finance is a really important part of the next step.
Thank you. But maybe, Caroline, you can also touch base, if possible, on why not cash for anticipation?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes. I first would say that why not cash? For the moment, we do in IOM, we do have many programs which include cash, nearly 120 countries, and which touches about 120, nearly 2 million people, 19 countries, 1.9 million people, which is rather important. And we feel that providing that cash can reduce vulnerability for the first needs. And reducing that vulnerability on the first basic needs does help at least prevent kind of the temptation of negative approaches or then engage in a negative response, if I can say. And it is a prerequisite precisely for good adaptation or good adaptative behavior, if I can say, from the communities included. So we really find there is a positive approach to it. And actually, it has increased. We have nearly tripled our programs of cash in the last, since 2018, so in the last 4 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Caroline. Henk, would you like to add?
To your question?
Or if you want to add anything else?
That's a risky thing to say to me. Yeah. No, we're looking for the right approach to this. Because Band-Aid approaches in the context of adaptation only lead to a pile of Band-Aids and not fix the systems problems that we actually have to fix. And this is of course the challenge in the context of the disaster. We are in a constant post-disaster world where preparedness, it doesn't matter where you are in this world. There's floods, there's drought, there's pollution, there's climate-related impacts and more. So preparedness is about resiliency at large, and our systems are not built for that. They are designed based on past premises that every problem could have a single focus solution. So our financial mechanisms are also very clear. If they help us develop short-term profits, there's bankability for stupid infrastructure. But that is not what will make us more resilient. Even Band-Aid approaches in adaptation show business cases that are pretty solid to invest in. And that only leads to a layer of more vulnerability in the context of increasing impacts of climate to the ones that are most vulnerable. But I want to go back to the part where the gap is even biggest, and that is the basic need for WASH. I mean, this is a climate conference, I know, and and I'm not a WASH advocate in itself, but without water, sanitation, and hygiene, forget about the rest. And this is not about 100 million, but over 2 billion people lack access to safe drinking water, over 3 to hygiene facility, and close to 4 to safe sanitation facilities. And that actually means that in the context of any disaster, that massive vulnerability that is on top of this black hole, you could say, that is on top of that only increases it. And if you put a Band-Aid on top of this wreck that we are in now in the world, forget about the Band-Aid. So if adaptation doesn't take into account this humanitarian aspect, as well as if we look at and we increase it to the environmental aspect, forget it. So to that point, we have to fix the base to be able to get to any measure on resiliency in the context of the most vulnerable that will actually deliver. And we see it and saw it in the pandemic relief, response, and rebuilding. WASH as a first line of defense was not taken into account.
Exactly.
So think about that you actually are working on relief in the context of a pandemic where WASH is your first line of defense, and it's just shoved off the table. We're thinking about jobs, economy, and Band-Aid approaches that will just get the most vulnerable more back in time. Climate on top of that, the magnifying glass making it more challenging. So I would say, fix the base, literally put a spotlight on systemically where the wrongs are to ensure that systemically we build the rights. And for that, there is a need, and I think this is part of the conversation we're touching upon too, is that we have to understand everything in its full complexity, and data and innovation and R&D are of critical importance. But at the same time, it has to be informed by locally led needs and locally led opportunities. And there's a big hole between a systems approach of understanding and a systems approach that's coming from the community. So capacitate the people, invest in them to ensure that everything that hits the table of the investor, being it public and private, actually adds value to that community in the context of the challenges we face. And that's a gap we have to fix.
Thank you so much, Henk. And that's why, because of all these great ideas, Henk will give us the closing remarks at the end.
Can I just add one thing?
Please, Lisa.
I mean, I think that's absolutely really well said. I think the challenge is we're talking here also a lot about how much money do we need for adaptation, right? It's a big discussion. And all these numbers are flying around and these various calculations about it. And I think where we're stuck on, I mean, this is certainly where the science is stuck, is who defines what adaptation is? Adaptation is so many different things, so many different people, which is why we have the Band-Aids and the pile-up Band-Aids, which I actually really love that image. But I think the challenge, what we're talking about is we are not, mostly the most marginalized and vulnerable people don't get to be part of defining what adaptation is. I mean, this is where the locally led adaptation comes in. And so their voices aren't part of designing this. And then consequently, and this is where we talk about, when we talk about what causes maladaptation, one of the biggest things is the lack of co-design, that you get money coming from outside, you have people with ideas of what is resilience, what is adaptation. They don't even really consult or care what the local people who are supposed to be adapting think that adaptation is, or what their aspirations are, or what they would like their life to be like. And so as a result, we then end up with these strategies that make people worse off. And so, I mean, I think it is, so of course I'm a scientist, so I will say that, definitions matter, but tremendously. It doesn't matter that we all have different definitions, but we need to recognize that and acknowledge that that is then what that can lead to really adverse consequences.
Thank you so much, Lisa. You would like to add something, Sophie?
Do we have time? Can I add something?
You can add something, but yeah. But then next question we will be shorter in answers.
I promise I'll be quick. I just wanted to add, before we move on from the question about why anticipatory action is so important, a point that I heard in the Stocktake meeting earlier. We often think about this in terms of economic damages and think about how we prevent a loss of income or a loss of assets. But actually, the health benefits of not putting people through these kind of experiences, and indeed the fear that they will happen again, are huge as well. So the benefits go far beyond sort of the traditional sums that we do on this. And actually, there's a huge case to be made in terms of welfare, human rights, and so on for anticipatory action also. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Sophie. I would like to comment on two things, on the WASH and on the definition of anticipation. We need to remember that the communities, especially in vulnerable and fragile countries, they don't know what is anticipation, adaptation. What they care about is solution on the ground. And I'm glad that you touch base on that. And when it comes to WASH, this is very important point, because we're already dealing with countries where the sanitation and waste system is very, very fragile. So it's important to take it into consideration. And this brings us to the second pillar, which is the early warnings that enables earlier action. This year, with the early warning for all initiative, and I think the good thing about it that it brought everyone together, UN families, academia, researchers, finance, Red Cross, Red Crescent, etc. So it's actually a big investment in this area. So I would like to have Lisa responding to this and tell us what difference does it make to the most vulnerable when provided with early warnings that enables early action?
I can give a short answer to this. I mean, I think, part of well, I probably would just follow up on what I said earlier in terms of making sure that there's ownership of what's happening and the ownership of the response, so that people are aware of what's going on and what's about to happen to them, and they can make their own decisions about how they want to respond to that. Obviously, they don't always have as many choices available to them. But I think that acknowledgement and recognizing that these are the actors, these are the people who are exposed, who are sensitive, and giving them that additional ability to take charge of their own agency, basically.
Thank you. Please, Tom.
So I think we have to be cautious about the fact that early warnings will somehow magically lead to reduced vulnerabilities. Because vulnerabilities is created by a set of complex factors associated with marginalization and powerlessness and discrimination and so on. And an early warning system, however well designed, is not going to tackle that in the fabric of society. I think we have to put early warning systems within the context of a portfolio of actions and challenges to some of those, which means that you can start to see bigger benefits. And this means actually putting emphasis on things like the way trade relationships happen and displace risk to the lowest level, the way in which actually you get excluded from access to information if you're among the most vulnerable, because on the edge of society you're not able to have the same benefits associated with education systems or associated with being able to access different communication channels. So let's put the early warning systems in the context of a much more nuanced, multi-factored approach to changing vulnerability. And I think then we might start to see approaches, but that does not happen at the moment. We projectize everything and we claim big wins. These aren't big wins. We need to take a much more systemic, as you said, portfolio approach to change. And we don't yet have the systems that help to support that.
Thank you, Tom. Let me follow this by a question to Sophie. When do you think, and when does early warning become risk information or climate projection?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
When does early warning become risk information or climate projection?
So I think if I understand the question correctly, it's about how do the role of climate projections and risk assessments in early warning, is that right?
Yes.
Yes, thanks. So I guess what I'd say to this is it's about how the information is presented, I suppose, how it's used. How do you get from a scientist like yourself, or in a projection, the Met Office, whoever, to a set of choices, as you described it, around actions that people can take. And that's where, again, the locally led adaptation and action element is so important. We have, as the UK, signed up to the principles of locally led adaptation that the Life AR group have developed with the help of our colleagues at IIED as a way of trying to ensure that when we are developing and implementing early warning systems, all sorts of development projects, that we are doing it not only by engaging local communities. It's not just about consultations, but actually designing them together and ensuring there's ownership of that information. And that information is then cared for, it's built on, it integrates that sort of top-down modeling data acquisition with local knowledge. And, which really reflects how we look at vulnerability as well. So you might know everything there is to know about a hazard, but if you don't understand the ways in which that community is exposed to that hazard and the particular demographics of that community and who within it is most vulnerable, then you're not going to reduce the risk to them. I've probably spoken for too long on that, but I know that I'll just finish by saying that we've got a number of programs that specifically look at that in FCDO, which my colleague Rosalind in the audience does a lot of work on, the WISER program and the new CLARE program that we announced last year, trying to translate that scientific information into usable, actionable information.
Thank you. Thank you, Sophie. And I think that also this touch on that we cannot think of the pillars, of the transformational pillars, in silos. I think it's very important. We talk early warning, early action, we link it to cash, and we link it to the other program CAT support. And this brings me to ensuring livable environment. And I'm looking to Ambassador Caroline with water stress as key impact of climate change. Where will people live? What does a livable environment look like? And what is the line between working with and working against nature?
Well, I would, I would come back first. I mean, where do they live? They have to live in peace first and in security. I mean, in terms of different levels of vulnerability, including, as we said, water. I just would like precisely to say on this point that, as we were talking of early warning systems, not only they can save lives, and I do understand the whole, of course, reasoning that it's not a miracle, and of course we have to have internet access, the communities have to have internet to have access to the information, have to be able, to harness then the information and make decisions. But we do have, for instance, a transhumance tool from a data tracking matrix, if I can say, which does help mitigate tensions, for instance, in the Sahel and in Somalia. So it has results. Enabling populations to live in slow onset situations, as we are referring to water scarcity, is of course a whole environment to build of, adaptation as much as possible in these regions which are becoming with not enough water, but sometimes too much water. We are seeing phenomena absolutely new, and even in the Sahel or in the East and the Horn of Africa. So there is the whole toolbox, if I can say, of adaptation projects, of then preparedness and disaster risk reduction. And we do have different projects of dikes, of small walls against floods, of protecting the communities. But again, I'm extremely sensitive as well to the fact that we do share the views that, of course, we have to work with the communities, listening to their needs first, listening to their knowledge as well, implicating them and involving them in any decision making, solution making, involving the communities, but as well the most vulnerable one inside the communities, the migrants, women, children, sometimes disabled persons, to be sure they are not left behind and not trapped as well when others can move to adapt to a complicated situation. We have to have everyone to be enabled either to move or to stay in a safe or secure environment.
Thank you. I think it will be good also to hear from academia. Professor Lisa. If not, you can pass the mic. Sophie or Tom?
No, oh gosh, I don't think I can answer this question right now.
So maybe Tom or Sophie or Henk would like to.
So I think we're starting to see the kind of growing pandemic of internal displacement. So we already know across South Asia there are tens of millions of people internally displaced. And yet we do not have yet a good system of supporting people who are internally displaced with things like the portability of their benefits, things like the ability to receive people in safe circumstances, the management of the labor market that allows good labor market regulation that doesn't mean people get exploited, laws and processes around sexual exploitation and around modern slavery. Actually, there is a whole architecture here about supporting internal displacement where actually it's not really in place at the size and scale that we need to support such approaches. And we often revert to things like refugee camps or temporary encampments, which tend to be costly, people's experiences are miserable, and we do not yet have an urban receiving structure for the way in which urban displacement can happen, internal displacement can happen. So I think we've got a lot of work to do on the context of really significantly growing internal migration and cross-border migration from the perspective of a much more human-centered support structure to ensure we don't see people in worse conditions. Last point I want to make, and I don't know how much people are talking about this at the moment, but there are many communities around the world in water-stressed situations who are exporting their water. And that this is the fair water footprint concept is an understanding that actually the access to water comes from those involved in more commercial agriculture operations to protect your export flows, and that they get protected over and above vulnerable communities. And we're seeing that in quite a significant way at the moment. And I think we probably do need to look at this balance of what is a fair water footprint.
Thank you so much. I think, Sophie, would you like to add? Okay. Okay. The Center of Excellence report has actually done 14 case studies from different regions, including from this region, including from the region that has been affected by intensified crisis and multiple crises. But they also set enablers for transformation, looking into locally led, which we touched base on, integrated action and financing at scale, and socially just. So it will be good, and I will not put any spot in any of the panelists. It will be good to talk why it is important when we talk about locally led that intervention are done with and by rather than to or for the people. So would love to, who would like to start first by answering this part?
Okay, this one I can handle. And I mean, I think I mentioned a little bit already, but I think that we have a tradition of people coming from outside and defining what the problem is, what the solution is, and how the mechanisms for going from the problem to the solution. And we don't see that is very effective, but it's not very effective because it means that the actual problem isn't really addressed and the solution isn't something that people want. So I think, we see over and over again that centering any issues around climate adaptation, climate resilient development must be centered around equity and justice considerations, because otherwise we don't get all of the voices involved. We don't actually see what the real problem is. And again, whatever the solution is, well, I think solution is not a good word anyway, but whatever the transformation is, the way that things change, the way that the context changed, has to be something that whoever is changing needs to accept. So it's really critical that we have that sort of the local voices. Yeah, and I think that spreads across everything from gender considerations to sort of marginalized communities. And as I said in the beginning, one of the challenges is that things like religious belief has a big impact on how people respond to different hazards and also their vulnerability. That's very challenging to address when you have a lot of different kinds of belief systems. But yeah, so I mean, I think, some of these topics are just very, very difficult to get to. But if we keep suggesting that, oh, they're taboo, then we're not actually going to address the vulnerability ever.
Thank you so much, Tom.
I think we have to reflect also on what damage fly-in, fly-out technical assistance has done, which is an acknowledgement that there is some kind of neo-colonial structure to the way in which you can deal with local problems through some rich person who can show up and deal with your kind of solution in a hurry. And yet still, many of the organizations I'm sure that are represented in this room have a structure of fly-in, fly-out technical assistance. Now, what the work that IID has been doing with least developed countries are saying, well, actually, we do need help. We need long-term partnerships. They need to be embedded with local leadership. And actually, you need to help with long-term capability building of our community leaders, but not in this way that you've been doing, not in a single solution-focused, projectized way, but about a deep partnership that enables a national system also to help local partnerships. And I think we are still not designing something like that. We talk about capability programs, and we show up with a PowerPoint presentation and do a training. This isn't capability programs. And so again, we need to look back at this challenge and say, what is long-term partnership and capability building for local transformational leaders to also make sure the national system's international system is enabling their success?
Thank you so much. I think I heard two important words: understanding the context and the different beliefs, because not all countries are the same. And again, have sustainable long-term program. With the shrinking funding environment, in and out projects will not work. It's not working anymore. So maybe Sophie can comment on that as well and complement the answers for the question.
Thanks. Just a very quick comment, building on what Thomas said, as well as the fly-in, fly-out technical assistance, and even the training that might be done over a limited time scale is always going to have limited impact when we're thinking about the very long term and the youth, of a community, and how they're going to need to take this forward, likely in much more extreme circumstances than we're currently flying in and flying out with solutions for. So if they're not part of that conversation, and their families and their elders and whoever it is that they are looking to for guidance and a vision for the future, then it's only going to ever last so long.
Thank you, Sophie. And this brings me to a very important question that I think you all touch base on. We all been talking about integrated action, complementary approach, scaling up finance. But why do you think this is not happening till now? Caroline, would you like to take this question? Or you pass?
I'm thinking about it, but
you want?
Well, why isn't it? Yes. No. Why isn't it happening? It's complicated. I of course, each question, but maybe less. Well, not enough. I can say coordination. I mean, first of all, maybe not enough of listening again to the needs and specific needs of the communities, the local situation, or even the national specificity, given specificity of a country. But then not enough, maybe good coordination among those who can precisely mobilize financing. And so states, multilateral development banks, I mean the MDBs, but as well the private sector. And on that, I mean, dimension, there was There was a move in Glasgow. I hope that these efforts are going to move forward in COP27 in bringing all the different partners who can both work at a very local level and those who can work at a broader, if I can say, a macro level, taking into account that vulnerable countries are the ones who need most financing. I mean, mostly, I mean, the figure is that only 1/3 of vulnerable countries, most vulnerable countries in the world, are having or are receiving the financing which is put on the table in terms of climate finance as a whole. So the financing does not go to exactly the place where it has to go and to these vulnerable countries. Secondly, it is not enough accessible, quickly accessible after loss and damage situations, for instance. And thirdly, it's not enough concessional. It has a tendency, I mean, financing we have put, I mean, the international community has put on the table for the last decades is a financing which is expensive, I can say, because it's burdening the debt of most of developing countries. So we have to have a shift there. There has to be a reflection. The reflection is done in the other building, if I can say, has been done for the last 2 days about new droit de tirage, you know, drawing rights and these kind of innovative, not so innovative, but that come back, if I can say, financing. But we have to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. Henk, would you like to add?
Yeah, yeah, perhaps a not so diplomatic answer to your question is that I think why doesn't it happen? Because it hurts. It really hurts because it means a systemic shift in the way how we address these topics, how we allocate our funding and how we organize our politics, but it also hurts in the community because we have to fundamentally change this. And that nobody likes that because you have to shy away from the practices of the past, the policies of the past into something that is unknown, not a band-aid, but something that is really about the future. Something that is not a replication of things we did yesterday, but then at scale, no, to really reinvent how we build sustainability, equity, and resiliency. And we're just very bad at that. We replicate mistakes of the past in a massive scale, making us more vulnerable. So it hurts. It hurts politically, it hurts geopolitically, but it also hurts on the ground in the communities because locally led action in itself is not enough. It has to be informed by science and data that comes from the future and not from the past. Vulnerabilities are here today, but are only increasing tomorrow. So if we really want to build resiliency, equity, and sustainability, we have to reinvent ourselves. And that is tough. This is the toughest challenge we face. So it hurts and it's not easy. And it starts with the global north, but it hurts in the global north too. So acknowledging that hurt and finding space that is safe enough to address this, overcome political lock-ins in the context that are both financial as well as on politics, and figuring out how to work, that can come from a local level, but it has to be replicated on a regional, national, and global level too. So overcome that hurt in the context of a process where you can bring it together. And I think that is perhaps what the core essences of locally led adaptation means, is not that it's locally led in isolation, but locally led in partnership. And this comes with consistency, continuity, and commitment. We're so bad at consistency, continuity, and commitment when we're a government. We like to do pilot hop across the world. 1, 2, 3, and here we go. No, stay. It has to be genuine. It has to come from the heart and the mind, and you have to stick to that the promise that you make is something to deliver on. So I think this is where the hurt comes from. So stick to the promise, help scale that, but data-informed, science-informed, but with massive solidarity to build that capacity from the ground up. And then it will hurt still, but then perhaps together we can overcome that a bit.
Thank you, Henk. I'm a very positive person. So that's why today we have a panelist from academia, from finance partners, from UN, from Red Cross, from others, basically to ensure that we have an integrated way of thinking. And now it's time for financing at scale. But maybe Lisa can add to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to now firmly put my academic hat on. I mean, I think one of the ways to approach this is much more interdisciplinary education. And I think we're seeing more and more how around these issues of development and climate, we have interdisciplinary programs, but still so many places around the world are still remaining in these disciplinary silos. And therefore, people don't have the skills and the capacity to think across these different issues. And so you might be really good at modeling, but you don't understand issues around equity or even how to address or engage with a local community. Not one person, one person doesn't have to do everything, but it is just that understanding that's really critical. And so I think I would make a strong plug for also shifting our educational systems globally so that we're much more interdisciplinary.
Thank you, Lisa. And this brought us, and I think already touched base on socially just. And maybe the question, and the last question is, why are socially just interventions still not the norm? Tom, would you like to
It's a good question. Is that not? Hello? Okay. Lots of theories. I think we have relatively few organizations and intermediaries that are completely comfortable in working across environmental and social spheres, which make it really quite difficult to really properly integrate the two. And we actually often have segmentation of the international support, which means it's easier to get funding for certain types of projects when you tick certain boxes. And yes, I know there's been a movement much more towards understanding the impacts on local communities and having things that are designed with equity and gender sensitivity and conflict sensitivity and so on. But in reality, it's tough to do in an integrated way when you still have a projectized approach. I think the other thing that I point to is that there are many of the current funding schemes require a fairly high level of technical competency and operational competency and audit management and fiduciary risk management and so on, which means it lends itself to certain types of organizations in the system. And with that, those organizations tend to be siloed in themselves. And so I think we need to find a way to actually put the power in the hands of the communities to determine what it is they want. And I know Henk and his team have got a program called Reversing the Flow that is trying to look at some of these topics where you actually put the power in the hands of the communities to define what they need, and then they send an invitation for the resources. But they ask you not to show up with all of the different clauses in the contract, which means that the risk gets displaced to them and they have certain technical requirements.
Thank you, Tom. You would like to add, Sophie?
Yes, please. Thanks. I was actually going to say this in relation to the last question, but I think it is still relevant now, which is that water, of course, does not respect political boundaries. So it's really difficult for our work on water to rise above geopolitics at the local level, but also on the international level. So without being able to step away from that, it is the most vulnerable that suffer when all those sort of geopolitical games and priorities are sort of you're competing with those when you're trying to sort of deliver a basin-wide holistic approach to managing a water system and reducing water stress. So I think that's quite pertinent in terms of where we are this week, trying to rise above the geopolitics.
Thank you, Sophie. And I think with all that being said, it's time now. And it's time now, and this will cost money, policies, infrastructure, but I like what Henk said. It needs to be done by the heart and the mind. And of course, money. Huh? This doesn't make us forget about the financing. But yes, but I think it's great to be all here today. I think before we have like 5 minutes to go, it will be great to hear from Caroline one last word of wisdom.
I'm not doing.
No pressure, exactly.
Exactly.
Oh, sorry.
Two. You have two mics to say your wisdom.
So, yes, I'm not detaining wisdom more, very respectful on precisely others' knowledge. No, I would say that, well, it's an evidence. There is no miracle situation or solution. I mean, in all that we have, we've gone through. If you start with the problem of the water, then the wash system, the delivery to the communities, and at the level of the communities at the broader level, no miracle solution, but the necessity probably to combine different solutions of adaptation, good governance, and listening, but listening, always listening to the needs of those who are the most vulnerable ones, trying to understand those needs, mapping, if I can say, situations to understand which are the local communities we need to address the best and the most, and keeping this in mind while getting them on board. Otherwise, there will not be enough, there will not be at all social justice. If you do not get on board when deciding either from inside the country or with the help of the international community of policies of adaptation or solutions, if we do not integrate the right communities, we take the risk of creating new inequalities. So it would be worse. So just
Thank you, Caroline. Sophie,
combination.
one last word of wisdom,
Oh dear.
especially
I'm
around
gonna have to follow
financing.
that. I guess one thing I was thinking earlier in relation to what we were talking about on early warning systems, that knowledge in itself isn't necessarily power. It's are we able to provide the tools and the plans for folks to use that knowledge? If your only option with the knowledge that you have is to move, that's not really power at all. So it's all about how we use that knowledge, I think.
Thank you, Sophie. Lisa?
Okay, so I think just wanted to add also in thinking about the way that how do we kind of break down these silos and how to be more integrated in our action. And I already talked about the need for interdisciplinarity, and so I'm also going to make a plug for the need to decolonize knowledge and to be much more aware that the tremendous amount of knowledge that sits in the global south is not getting picked up enough in the policy process, in this global policy process here, because the IPCC reports continue to remain still very dominated by literature coming out of the global north. So I would say that is another reason why we need to think more, it's more about different kinds of knowledge and not just academic knowledge, also other forms of knowledge.
Thank you. Tom?
I think we've got to be cautious not to fall into the trap of designing something that solves today's problems, when actually tomorrow's problems are likely to be far worse and questions of human survival in certain parts of the planet. So for that, I think you have to reflect on exactly as Henk was saying, what are those pain points and those kind of heartfelt changes that need to be made in order to be able to support something that 2030 and beyond looks far more severe than we have now. And so with that, plan for the future, not just for today.
Thank you, Tom. And now, Henk, if you can give us and the closing remarks from the heart.
Don't worry about the last. So I start with something I said already, but it's often left, is that there is, in the context of challenges that become more dire and more extreme and more connected, so hitting more vulnerable in a far more extreme way, there is still a very non-solid base for the most vulnerable. And we tend to, because, we come from a time where we're investing our funding non-responsively and just pushing the money out the door in the context of being very reactive, because we're in a constant post-disaster mode, that we have to become very proactive, really looking at future challenges and opportunities to build capacity and resiliency and equity and across. But we haven't fixed the base. So I'm challenged constantly with the billions of people that do not have access to water. And so if we don't radically scale that now, And it makes me so angry that it is 2022, not whatever, not 1907 or 1875. No, now that's still billions. So yes, we have to be totally future-proof in everything we do, but at the same time, we lag behind 40 years in fixing that. So I think that is one. Second, I through LinkedIn, I get every day 100 messages from kids and students and teachers. So I got a message from a teacher from Canada, and she said, I have this group of 8-year-olds that really want to ask you some questions. And I said, well, that's a good idea. I'm at COP. So she sent me a Zoom link, and I had 3 classes last night here.
Whoa.
And I gave them a tour around the COP. So I interviewed people who had no clue who I was, let alone who the people on my phone were. But from Sierra Leone and Peru and Madagascar, and the kids were like, whoa, gee, the questions they asked, so I would actually fight against it. They are totally capable of understanding complexity. Yeah? If we invest in the people first, that understanding of these interdependencies, be social, cultural, religious, economic, environmental, is there. Capacitating that with the information of the future, not our biased structures of the past, will help empower them. But the capacity is there. So invest in the people before we start even thinking about the projects. And that's the third point, is that we want the solutions. So it's like we're chasing solutions, as a world. So, bankable projects, pipelines, money, and we get the money out of the door, and we forget ownership, we forget capacity, we forget locally led, we forget co-creation, we forget that it starts with investing in people. And to invest in people, yes, we need solid data and science. We need partnerships that are continuous, committed, and that are there on a long term. But it starts with really having to empower the people, and that you capacitate them in the right way. And they can actually help change that. And then to the point of, they know there are no silver bullets. We from the global north don't need to tell people in Bangladesh or Nepal and Pakistan that there are no silver bullets. Come on. They're totally not crazy. Yeah? We think there are silver bullets. They know they're not. So we actually think we can solve a crisis with a silver bullet. Forget it. It's complex. And as I said, it's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt tomorrow. And it's going to hurt far more the day after tomorrow. So better take the hurt now than wait with that hurt. And for that, we also need plans, strategies, and programs on that long term that really capture SDGs, Paris Agreement, the whole holistic, comprehensive approach, and bring it back home now. And that is something we can do. Learned. So sometimes I have a suit, sometimes I have boots, and I work on the ground in communities that are really flooded or really in a drought situation, and working together, you can actually come up with solutions that can be scaled, being capacitated by the community, and they tick all the boxes of health, of culture, of environment, of jobs, of anything. So there are massive opportunities in this holistic way. And then you build capacity. And that is capacity that comes perhaps in 3 ways. Capacity that is also institutional. Our institutions need to be capacitated to actually take this on of this future. But that capacity is also individual. It comes with the kids, but with the experts, with the policymakers, also with the politicians and the leadership that you need. And then there's capacity that is informal. We really have to cherish informal capacity because it holds us accountable. It presents us with a provocation that is far stronger, that provocation, and that should not lead to a divide, but to a partnership. Telling the truth, and facing that and that hurt that comes with it should not lead to a distinct, but actually to a partnership and a friendship to build on. And then it helps. So I don't have, since I also don't think there is a silver bullet, a final remark. But I do think that if we dare to be vulnerable together, not only the ones that are vulnerable in the context of the challenges, but take vulnerability in the context of the policies we make and the investments that we have and the institutions that we represent, and say, the change we're facing is going to hurt. The only way to overcome this is to hold hands and face this together, and then jump. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be crazily scary if we do, but I know from practice that it works. So last, I would not be water envoy for the Kingdom of the Netherlands if I would not advocate for next year's UN 2023 Water Conference. Wow. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, only once every 46 years. It's not like a COP where you can come every year. It's not the circus you see here. It is in New York. It is 3 days. We need your commitments on the long term. You need to come to New York and bring it. You build a partnership and a coalition that is locally led, data and science informed, joined by politicians and policymakers and advocacies, and with the ambassadors. And together we will build this massive global coalition where water really is a lever for sustainability, for resiliency, but perhaps most importantly for equity. So see you in New York. Thank you very much.
We're waiting for the invitation. Thank you so much. This was very strong, very interesting. First of all, let me thank Ambassador Naveen from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, distinguished panelists, Caroline, Henk, Sophie, Lisa, and Tom. Thank you for interesting, passionate, and honest discussion. But also allow me to thank Center of Excellency, Dr. Jonathan, who's been behind all these efforts. And we are looking forward not to read the report, but to come in COP28 where we implemented recommendation and we have results that have been able to support the communities. And I think when we speak about climate change and water scarcity, we're all vulnerable. So yes, we are all vulnerable and we all have to stand together. Thank you all, and thank you colleagues and friends for bearing and staying the whole session, and wish you all a good evening.